Sorry, it's been a minute. My brain's still in like monster hunting mode, so
You have been playing that since Thursday, so.
God. Yeah.
Are you
Uh,
playing it on your PC or PlayStation?
on my PC.
Hawks said that he saw some comments that it's not doing so well on PC. Is that true?
I mean, no matter what releases, you're always going to have negative press like that. I have heard the complaints. My computer runs it just fine.
Oh.
I don't even push my graphics card beyond like 60% utility, and I'm getting 90 frames a second. So it looks beautiful and it runs great on my setup, but that's all I can vouch for. The only I've had some like texture tearing problems that have been annoying, but that's it. I haven't been having any crashes or anything beyond
Oh.
the first night when it was like, no, we don't want to launch because the anti-tamper software that they used got overloaded and their servers crashed, so they couldn't authenticate the installations on anyone's stuff because so many people were trying to launch the game. But got in there and it's run fine for me.
That's good.
All right. You have pain. Ah, yes. So, last time, just to kind of catch us back up, because it's been a couple weeks, we picked up after the first day of trials here within the Watchtower of Acheron. You guys having uh, had a little bit of a snowboarding event and then some skydiving with fighting with angels. You found yourselves deep underground in catacombs. Were forced to solve some puzzles before enduring an endless gauntlet of celestial spirits and holy fire that knocked each and every one of you unconscious, where you had to endure and fight for as long as you could. And as we picked up last game, you found yourselves in a nice little suite that was provided for you by Helm, with rooms for each of the two-person pairs, as well as a central kind of resting and eating area and a restroom. Uh, Shenanigans were had. I didn't expect the bathroom scenes to be so
Yeah.
entertaining, but as Clydes and Rose vied for superiority over each other and flexed on their own, I don't even know what to call it,
Who has the
in the
bigger
bathroom.
cock?
Yeah, it's kind of it.
Pretty
I
much.
mean, it's a centaur or a changeling. It's kind of hard to predict which one. Anyway, um, you all each had an evening's rest within the watchtower. Uh, did a little bit of reading, did a little bit of um, not experimenting, but the construction and planning of new tools and trinkets. You meditated and finally each returned to your rooms to rest, except for Rose, who slept on the couch. You guys then woke up the next day, did your morning training, and while Rose went on a little wander about the. Actually, no, you walked around
That was the night before, I
the night
think.
before, yeah. Um, but went to your brunch with the spirit houses. Some of you dressed fancy, some of you as you were, some of you just not really caring and really just wanting to get through all of this. You guys sat down and discussed the meaning of heroism and what it meant to protect people and what you were doing on the material and how it was important. And kind of spoke with the different houses, gained their insights into how they were viewing you guys at that point, before moving on to a dance, where you were either opted to choose partners from the spirit houses or dance with your partners. And I believe it was Ken and Aerith that ended up taking the dance floor in that one.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys, like, one, I think Ken rolled like a 26 and you had a nat 20 or something. It was crazy.
Maybe.
But you guys completed your dancing within, or dancing at brunch, before moving on to the final elections, the voting from the spirit houses, where you were then awarded points. You moved past that trial and into the final trial, a trial of self, where each group was confronted with a shadow copy of their own selves that fought back against you and tried to defeat you. But each of you, in the end, emerged victorious, some faster, some more alive than others, but making it through this final trial, the Battle of Reflections, and onto the awards at the end, as Helm announced the winners of this competition and awarded you each with the boons and bounties that you had earned here by completing the Infinite Battlefield. Well, at least this part of the Infinite Battlefield. You each were blessed with divine inspiration, which gives you an inspiration in each dawn, as well as granted a magical horn that can be used to summon the 4 angels that you had fought during the skydiving trial. And then Oni and Takashi were named Planeswalker and granted the ability to traverse the multiverse and step beyond the normal boundaries and borders that keep most people trapped within their own little, universe. And as we kind of concluded last session, I believe Rose, having sent Clyde back to his home within the Feywild, Rose left from the box office seats that you guys had been gathered in to watch the battles below, and the rest of you were left here within this office. So as Helm stands kind of before you, watching Rose step through the door, looks down at the rest of you and nods. If you have any need of me, I will be around. And kind of looks between each of you. Is there anything you need now before I go? I should have asked. As I get into the swing of doing this again.
Out of character, real quick. Rose has the key again, doesn't they? Who had to be last?
Me?
You have no idea.
It ended up in an inventory. I remember that. There were...
The last time the mansion was used...
Was in McCannis.
Yeah. God, there were sleight of hands.
Yeah.
So I stole it from Rose.
Yeah.
I was going to put it in Eric's pocket, but
okay.
Rose stole it before I could
That's
put it in Eric's pocket.
Oh,
But Eric,
Rose still
not
has
Eric,
it.
but Rose should still have it then.
Rose still has it, yes.
You don't
But
know.
I think you guys all think that Aerith has it? Right?
I
Can't
think
remember how it all
so.
went down.
No.
Yeah.
I think we thought Rose had it, and then Rose stole it back.
I just want to make sure I know where it is. 'Cause
Rose
I'm gonna
has
need
it.
that back.
right now.
Okay. We'll figure that out in game, in a moment. But
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure where that is. Yeah. I have nothing of mine. I'm just, bow, give my thanks to Helm, and I guess look around, see if everyone's, ready to roll, and I guess also figure out what Oni and Takashi wants to do, because I think, they're like planeswalkers now, and we're trying to figure out what to do with freedom once Oni leaves.
That was the other
I mean,
thing,
we haven't talked in game about it yet, but I think that was what we discussed afterwards, after the last session.
think so.
I mean, we know what to do with it. Helm definitely told us we got to get who it's going to. We just don't know when that tag out is happening. It's the main thing.
Yeah.
And then,
That's to everybody, isn't it?
yes. So
Okay.
all of you have the Blessing of the Vigilant. Ken is currently carrying the Horn of Celestial Aid.
Let me make sure to add that in my treasure list. Or actually, is it in my inventory? Hold up. Crystal Horn is what I've named it. Okay, it's in the inventory. Nope. And then Born of Celestial Aid. There we go. And then that boon goes to Oni and Takashi.
Yep.
Yes. I just realized I'm sitting at 11 HP.
You're fine.
Fine.
Yeah,
Nothing
we
a
need
nap won't fix.
Yeah,
You guys were. God, that
Yeah.
was.
yeah. That last
Ooh.
match was. I didn't realize how fucking. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cade. I didn't realize how much. Like, like me, Murph, and Ninja has a like an in game, like an inside joke about like Theory Justin wrong, and like that Theory kid is a fucking menace.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It was fun. It was fun being able to hit you with your own creation.
Yeah.
As Helm looks over to Rose, he'll look back to you all and be like, feel free to stay as long as you need. The door back to your realm is returned and open to you whenever you need it. If you have need of me or my aides, simply call, and I will answer. He'll just nod, and given the same response from the rest of you, he'll just step out that way. I don't have him just standing here.
We can't see it anyways. Oh no, wait,
Yeah.
there it is.
It's like,
I didn't know if we
this
were
map.
on the throne page or if we
There
were
we
on
go, there
just
we go.
the
No,
written one, but
No, because you're
Okay.
still just in the room that we created this for.
got it.
All right. Well, I guess. Well, what do we want to do? We want to go ahead and head back to area bar. So I know we're talking about wanting to get to the fire deal. Speaking of fire, can anyone contact Eidos? Just check up on, because I realize we haven't really had a chance to like check in on him, see how he is.
I can
You know what I'm saying?
send a message. What exactly should I say?
Checking in and see if he's still down to execute Malachi.
I will. Hold on. Do I currently have spell slots?
That's a good
Oh.
question.
Alright, Rest and then message.
I still have a 4th level spell. I technically could.
You're a monster. An absolute monster.
I have 1 4th level, 4 first levels, and 2 second levels left. All
Damn,
my
our boy's
third
flush with the spells right now.
Right?
Living big.
Use your goddamn spells.
I have been, alright?
Not enough, apparently. If you don't end a battle like that with no spells, are you
He'll
even
never
doing
know
it
when
right?
he really needs the spell, so he has to save it.
Yeah, because I don't know the next time we're gonna fucking sleep, so.
Uh-huh.
Can't really argue with that. I'm one of those that hoards shit in games because I'm always thinking, well, I might need this later. I'll just hang on to it. I'll do this normal.
I always just
End of the
forget to
game, I
use
have everything, just sitting there, never used.
It's like, damn it, this is so hard. I'm struggling so much. Finally finishes it, realizes I've gotten in my inventory like so many things that could have helped me during that. Whoops.
Fighting Sephiroth with 5 megalixirs in your inventory.
That's seriously. Going through Pokemon, never using the Master Ball.
Yeah, what if you need it for something better?
Exactly.
But if they add something, now they're like live games, so they're
Right.
constantly adding
Now
mod
they
to it.
could.
They could. All right, so you're gonna sending Eidos. What does your sending say?
I will say, hey, how are you doing? Checking in, and then whatever Karen said, because I don't remember that far back.
Roll me a d20.
Okay. Oh. D20. 20. Yay!
So Eodos, as you stare into her face, not the face, but the mask, having just been given the information that I sent you. You hear Aerith's voice in your mind, checking in on you. Roll me a d20 and let's see if you can reply. Okay, you can go ahead, reply, and roll me a survival, Rose.
Well, definitely wasn't anticipating that, so he kind of just zoned out for half of it, and he's just like, "Wait, what?"
What?
Eh, He kind of he kind of squints, at the Raven Queen, and he realizes he's still talking to her, and got a message like, "Hey, hang on." He's like, "Sorry,
Yeah, I got
give me
another
1
call on the other
second."
line.
Yeah. And he kind of like with a Bluetooth put in his hand to his ear, like, "What? Hang on, can you repeat that? What did you say?" I just got a little bit of serious information thrown at me.
Can you use another spell slot and call me back?
Yeah, at your earliest convenience.
Uh,
So you hear his reply. He sounds like he's doing okay.
he's doing fine and asked if I could reply back.
To reiterate what you just said.
And at this moment, you could kind of. I didn't expect them to reach out to Ida, so you're still in charge of Oni as well. I wanted you to reply for that one.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
You caught me off guard. 20 minutes in, guys. Good job.
That's what we do.
Yep. Okay. So Rose, as you step out into the hallway, you can hear the like soft, muffled voices talking just on the other side of the thick door behind you. You lean against the wall next to it, kind of stare into the opulence and the gold glittering hallway of this entire place. Minute or two passes, kind of just push yourself off the wall, and you turn down the hallway, start walking. Or you don't come across anything familiar, but see how it goes.
Yeah.
All right. So, following Aerith's, or the reply from Eodos to Aerith, what you guys doing in the box office suite?
I guess I'll head out and guess figure out where Rose went to, because need to have a sit down.
Okay. So, is anybody else doing anything here, or is everyone going with Ken?
I'm going with Ken.
Okay. Anything for Oni or
Yeah,
Takashi?
I don't think we should split. Let's all
Yeah.
roll. Go make sure Rose is okay,
Go
or
ahead.
whoever they're about to torment is okay.
Rude.
Roll me a survival check, Ken. And since everyone's there with you, you can go ahead with advantage. Because kind of look over at Aerith and realizing that sending is a complicated spell. Turn and head towards the doorway. Walking out into the hallway, you kind of like look to the left, look to the right. You don't see Rose. You just sort of got to flip a coin. So you just start walking down the hallway. You guys walk for probably about 10 or 15 minutes before you see somebody actually approaching you. And there's this kind of like strange glittering light everywhere here, like a fog made of light, just tiny little sparkles of it in the air. And as you're walking down these hallways, those sparkles reflect off of the gold architecture and just the very, like I said, opulence, the ornateness of this entire fortress. You see as a shape turns the corner and kind of like, well, I'll let you describe. What does your posture look like right now, Rose, as you turn a corner and see the party approaching you and realize you went in a circle?
God damn it. I mean, they're kind of just like back hunched a little bit, hands shoved in their pockets, and then they kind of look up as they approach and just sigh and roll their eyes. God damn it. This place is a fucking maze.
Yep.
Well, hello to you too.
Look, give me that crap. I just want to leave, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Before
Well,
he decides that, oh, just kidding. Door's closed. You missed your chance.
okay. Well, you should wait for us. Make sure we're all together, and then we can go.
Okay.
Also, do you have the key?
Why?
I'd like it back. Remember the deal. I gave you back in charge. I gave you back authority over our money. I'm in charge of the key.
For that part of the deal.
Rose.
Why can't I just hold on to it, okay? That's what I used to be able to do. The money, I had the key,
Okay. Well,
pretty much
it's
all I have.
either the money or the key.
Ken's hitting them with everybody gets one.
Fine. You can have the money back. Not like we have any.
Ah,
We'll talk about this later. Everyone's
Sure
here.
we will.
Cool. Let's find a door out of here. We can rest up and resupply back in area bore.
Should we buy potions of fire resistance?
Yep, that was the first thought on my mind.
Let me go ahead and pull up that item cart now, so I know how much it costs.
I
Fire
was about to
immunity?
say, who doesn't have fire resistance? Or the capabilities of doing so?
I think it's
Me.
just me and you.
Oh,
The only thing I have is absorb elements.
and fire shield.
Oh,
I
yep,
can douse
true.
this all with water.
For 2 seconds of
For
fire
2
resistance.
seconds.
Hey, maybe we only need 2 seconds. Maybe it wraps up and we just win.
We just
I'm
burst
sure
them
it'll
down.
go that smooth.
One round of fire resist. That's all we need. Just burst them down.
I think, well, I'm not sure what your progress is at on my latest invention, but I'm not sure if I'll be ready to build it.
Send me a message. Remind me. Let me
Yep.
look at my
I was
notes.
about to ask, what was your new project?
You don't know.
The game? You have so many projects. It's hard to know which one you're on. The nuclear bomb.
The nuclear bomb.
You guys already did that. It ended up with Rose in prison for war crimes.
This is a new and improved one.
It's
Does not involve bags of holding. Therefore, we can't be arrested.
Ah, yes.
worse.
Exactly. They'll make it a punishment after we do it.
Because I am not going through that again.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it's a mundane one, that isn't too hard for you to work out. It's mostly just like a quantity type issue and a space issue. Like how big do you want it to be and how much do you want it to be able to.
Making a tank.
But
Nah, nothing too crazy.
Gundam.
but especially if you're trying to stay mundane, that's not hard at all. And if you were incorporating arcane, it still isn't hard, but then you're starting to get into that same like, are you just reinventing the wheel? You know?
Yeah.
Man, could you imagine if Ken came up with a Gundam that could teleport? Oh, we would have no problems. Are you
Oh
kidding?
no! Oh no! Stop giving him ideas. He'll do it. 'Cause I can't say no.
I mean, it could be like Final Fantasy 14 because we have a Gundam in Final Fantasy 14. It's just sitting in a hangar somewhere. Like, all right, we used it. Put it away.
Yeah. G Savior.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, it was
That
to
was
fight
such a
Sapphire.
fun weapon too. Yep.
It was. Man, imagine the Gurlian War if we actually used that.
It's kind of like it's a war crime though, right? Like
Absolutely.
to where to bring something into him.
It's a war crime.
Final Fantasy 14. There's
But-
no Geneva Convention.
But
So
yeah, but on the other hand,
crime.
fuck those cultists.
It's fair. It's fair. All right, so
Yeah, I want to try to make it like, but it's not like unwieldy, but like as big as like a decently packed rucksack.
okay.
It like maybe like a quick release option as well, in case shit pops off.
Okay.
And all weather resistant.
And weather resistant. Okay. Okay.
That's an important bit. Weather resistant.
Extended holding.
Shouldn't be too hard.
RV.
Yep.
RV
Couple
transformers.
hours.
I'm gonna make another fucking RV.
A better
Thing
one.
was- That
A
thing was
stronger
great.
one.
Doesn't need to be pulled by a crocodile. Just runs itself.
That was the best feature.
That's true. That's true.
Can we still fill it with
Till we got vinegar.
endless supply of vinegar?
Oh god.
Mayonnaise.
All right. So
But yeah, that's on the mind. I'm yeah. Sorry.
No,
to
you
interrupt.
could. You could. I was just saying, as you guys are here in the hallway and have now regrouped, the tension kind of mildly palpable in the group at the moment. Did you pass the money back over to Ken here, or how are you doing the money?
It's just like the ability for knowing the status of money, I guess, in our guild fund. So like it's not the money that we have on us, it's the money that's in our guild fund, and that's Rose was keeping
Gotcha.
track of it and like had say over big purchases, but if Ken wants it back, sure. Fine.
I was trying to get the key back, but
I know you were. So let's go.
All right. You guys turn and head back down the hallway the way that the main party had been going, continuing on for about another 20 or 25 minutes. You start to recognize familiar things and walk past the huge, massive throne door that leads into the throne room of Helm, with the two solars kind of posted out front as guards. And as you walk by, they regard you, kind of watch, don't stop you or say anything. You head past and turn to the right, and you can see the kind of entry atrium that you had come in when you first arrived here. The wall that you had walked through was kind of shimmering in gold as you had come in, and then as you all arrived, it became just solid stone. And now as you arrive back, you turn and can see within that huge stone wall is now a golden archway that's about 15 feet wide and 25 feet tall. And it is just sort of, it looks like it's open. It's just a curtain of shimmering golden light, almost like laid into the wall itself.
all right. Shall we?
Yes, we shall.
You guys head through, stepping through the shimmering curtain with a tiny bit of what feels like resistance, and then almost like being pulled through, uh, like through a room by a rope. Just you find your next step in a much less vibrant space. The air around you not as electric, not as real, not as ideal. It's still light in this room as the golden wall that you are now emerging from casts light through the entirety of this basement. But you return to the underground rectory beneath the Temple of Hell in Acheron City, and now are back amongst the material demiplanes.
Yay,
As you do,
non-celestial home.
Finally.
We're still in a different dimension, so
Aerith and Ken and Oni, you each feel like a familiar static return. And Ken, you look down at your armor and see the runes on your chest like light up. And Aerith, you look down at your bracers and see as they also glimmer with that kind of chromatic light and energy. Same with the beads that are adorned around Oni's neck as the 3 artifacts of Bahamut are now back online.
Fantastic.
do we
Alright.
have a spell slot to teleport back to Uriabor, or are we stuck here for a day?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Sure, yeah. So Takashi, where do you go for fun around here?
I mean, I don't do that anymore, but there's the clubs.
I don't do that. He doesn't do fun. He's out
Yeah.
of been out of the
Yeah,
fun
I
game
know- I
for
know
years.
that.
A very nice spa and hot spring that I highly recommend.
Where?
Very nice. There's the movie theaters.
What's a
There's
movie?
a karaoke bar.
Uh,
Think of it like a big play, but on a screen that you can see.
now remember,
it-
guys,
They got
can't use
popcorn.
gold here.
Ow,
Hey,
rats.
have a credit card somewhere. I'm sure I could pay for most
Yeah,
of the
Ken
stuff as
also-
long as you guys don't go crazy.
Ken also like taps himself and looks into his bag, and he still has the credits from the last big visit. I have 7,325 Acheronian credits.
That's right, because you guys were doing odd jobs here and selling stuff to make.
Mm-hmm.
To
How many
survive.
Acheronian credits are on my credit card?
I mean, it's a credit card. What's the limit and how much do you already owe?
What's the interest rate?
Yeah, you tell me.
How much have I been saving in my time at the Bureau of Interdimensional Defense?
Well, here's the thing.
Did you have an
Died,
account?
and your
Were you
daughter
accruing
inherited.
credit?
That's true. Do I
You're
go
a
back to the bank like, hey, I'm alive, give me my money?
I'll say that while you're here, Koro, you've been using her apartment, and Koro has given you kind of like a slush fund to use. But again,
your own money.
she was an assistant, or she was a like a paralegal at a law firm here, so she had a decent amount of money, but not a lot. You've got
What about the
Here's
life
your
insurance
allowance,
policy I took out on
Dad.
my wife before she died?
And
huh?
yourself.
I said, what about that life insurance policy I took out on my wife before she died?
It all went to making sure that your daughter made it to 18, fed and healthy without having to live on the streets.
Fair
But I will say,
That lottery,
narratively,
though.
you
I
have.
mean, we
if you
could
guys wanted
just
to-
go
This is
ask her.
starting to feel like
Takashi.
shameless.
They can't stop us from going. We can just go ask her if you want. We have that ability now.
Ask who?
True. They could.
Just go plane shifting around. Find.
Oh.
But no, the movies shouldn't be too expensive if you guys want to do that.
So I'm guessing
Popcorn.
no spa.
Spa's nice. I mean, they also have like the open bath spas, which aren't as high quality but a lot cheaper.
I just need a place to relax.
There's the park. You guys like sports? There's the sports arena. They're probably playing baseball or soccer or something.
They're playing Quidditch.
Quit it.
They're
Hoverboard races.
Right.
they're playing Quidditch, but it's that version that like the college kids do, where they're just holding
Where they
brooms
hold the
running
broom
around,
between their
basically
legs.
playing field hockey.
They have like a VR battle arena like they have in Final Fantasy, the new raid. It's a giant wrestling match.
But yeah, that hot spring does sound nice, actually. And if there's like a hot spring, and I guess we'll rest here tonight, somewhere.
Crashing Koro's apartment.
Would be the first time.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably won't be the last.
So first stop is the hot spring.
Yeah, let's get it.
Is everybody going together?
Hot
Might
spring.
as well. We can all relax and try to figure out the next move.
Smart plan. All right. You head out from the Grand Temple of Helm, walking up the long 60-70 foot ascent of stairs that head into the rectory. You push on the stone from behind the wall and watch as the wall kind of like clicks forward and slides over as the bookshelf before you reveals the rectory in which you had been studying for so long and finally found this entrance into the depths below the temple. You head out, walking past the priest that you had been talking with here in the temple, Takashi, giving him a nod, returns it, and as you head out into the city, you find that it's early afternoon, about 1. Sun is shining brightly over the horizon, and you guys each look up and can see both moons of Acheron. And the second one holds just a little bit more weight as you look at it.
Bloat up.
Head down to the streets below, and it's only about a half a mile away. I'm just going to use these buildings up here because they're kind of narratively appropriate. But Rose, I realized this is your first time in Acheron City.
Right.
Like, you guys came through here so quickly a few days ago. You barely even had a chance to ask them about these weird horseless carriages and the tall glass buildings that loom above you, the perfectly flat streets that are lined with paint, and the people walking around with very strange garments on that all kind of look a little bit similar but are unique in their own, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's a hard to pinpoint way.
Yeah, none of this shit makes sense, and Rose has given up trying for
That's
right
fair.
now, because it's just like, cool, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird, yep, this whole place is weird. And apparently they don't even use money.
That's what people
Right,
say about the
yes.
Feywild.
Yeah.
Just a different kind of money. It's a different kind.
Well, not a kind that I have, so exploring on my own is kind of off the table.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't even explore a whole lot the first time we were here.
To the mall, because I have some of these things like lit up, and so I know you went to Moham Square. I know you went to Memorial Park.
Because that's where we came from. Or
The Everwatch
appeared.
Medical Clinic was the place where you guys kept having to go to get patched up. All right.
Also, one of the clubs when you have.
Oh yeah, the clubs.
Yep. The Cake-Hocked Market, which I actually should be dropping that because you guys know where that is. That's actually over where Koro's apartment is. But, okay, so as you head down to the street, the vehicles bustling ahead of you, are you walking to the hot spring or are you hailing a cab?
I'll make all of us look cleaner because I don't know how we look after or when we came back, so I'll make us look cleaner so we're not too out of the ordinary, quote unquote.
Okay.
Except we look completely different than anyone else.
Exactly.
In all of our
but
clothes.
we still look neat. We still look quite neat. So
Aerith
people
walks
aren't
around.
gonna question us why we're dirty,
It's
bloody,
like the
and
people from a
We look like
Renaissance fair walking
cosplayers.
through like New York City.
yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Like we're like walking from a con.
Yep.
There was a
You
convention.
can make us cleaner, but we're still fucking weird.
Get
I
yelled
guess-
at from the street. Hey nerds, where'd you get that?
Your mom's
You going to a
closet. Fuck
LARP?
off.
I vote cab.
Cab.
Yeah, I vote cab.
All right.
Probably need 2 cabs. Then.
Probably.
Unless they got like a minivan cab.
That's actually a fair point. They could. They could. I'll keep you guys together. I'm just trying to
Where's-
narratively paint the scene based off.
Where's
your
the public
decisions.
bus?
Where's
So-
the-
Because this is fun to paint this from Rose's perspective, since Mia was the one that was here last with all of you.
Mhm.
And I guess it was Nicholas, but this is Takashi's home, so it's nothing new to him. As Aerith kind of walks around and dusts off your shoulders and prestidigitation, and then walks over and prestidigitation. Kind of cleans everybody up again a bit. You watch as Takashi heads out to the street and raises like a hand into the air with 3 fingers out and like waves it off to the side once, and one of those strange horseless vehicles kind of just crawls up and stops, and the doors swing open, and they're like carriage doors, you know, where they open like French doors, and on the inside there are benches that face in either direction. And as the vehicle stops, the driver who's in the front of it, sitting on like one of those benches, looks over the side and goes, "Where are we going to?"
Hot Springs, please.
"All right, up on in," and just taps the
We
side
won't
of
climb in.
the vehicle. Okay. You clamber in, the doors close, and with a jolt, the vehicle takes off. You're only moving for about 2 or 3 minutes as he rumbles down the street and turns right, rumbling around further before coming up on a large stone archway building, and he pulls over the side. "All right, that'll be." He looks over his shoulders. "Let's call it 800 credits, and just have Takashi put things on his tab.
Sounds good.
That way we don't have to, because I'm just narrative here,
Max out his credit card.
and I can't honestly remember the conversion rates right now. But you find yourselves kind of before a wide archway that leads into a well manicured garden that has like fountains and like sprinkler systems that are each keeping these flowers and large ferns and different plants all very healthy and alive. And ahead and off to the right, you can see these 2 large buildings that have steam pouring out the top. As you approach through the doorway, one of the attendants approaches. "Good afternoon, guests. How may we be helping you today?"
Yes. Hot spring service for 6.
And like tap, tap, tap. "I count 5 among your party. Are we waiting for
Oh.
another arrival?"
Sorry,
It's
Clad's.
been a long day. You'll have
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but
Yeah,
his
sorry,
imaginary
Clad's.
friend. why
Yeah,
not?
yeah. Clad's went back home. So yeah, 5. Sorry.
Understood. That is not a problem. We do have a private room available in one of the springs. If you follow me, I will lead you there and on. He turns and like tucks his arms into his sleeves and walks in that like perfect posture that looks almost like a glide across the grounds, leading you to this building here. He opens the door. "If there is anything you need, food, beverage, I do recommend using the changing rooms first. If you need garments, please let us know, and we will be happy to assist you." Gives a nod, kind of steps back. You can look in, and you can see. Good, sorry.
No, Rose will just stop him on the way out. Just, can you bring like a bottle of your house special?
Of course.
Please do not like charge my card through the roof.
We're on vacation, Takashi. You gotta splurge. Just a little bit.
Yeah, but this
And
is
you're hosting.
my money.
You're a host. That's what you do.
I don't remember you guys hosting me.
Wait, we
Whoa.
literally took you in and kept you alive when you came to the material plane, not knowing who the fuck
No,
you
that
were.
wasn't you guys. That was other people who did that. Who brought me back to health. I just kind of showed up on your doorstep because I forgot my wallet somewhere.
That is
And
true,
he
actually.
paid for all your shit from then on in.
But I earned my pay then.
You didn't get any pay.
That's even worse.
Can we just talk about this later and just
Well,
relax for now?
The life
we're,
of an
we're
intern.
purposely fucking around. Like we're not being serious. Because I don't
Yeah.
think we're being serious.
As you guys walk in to the front of this bathhouse, the front room is probably about 6-7 feet deep and about 15-20 feet wide, and there are changing rooms kind of lined along the far wall with an entrance off to the right that has a open archway, and on the other side of it you can see the bubbling waters just kind of releasing gentle steam into the air and being caught in this funnel above so that it doesn't all escape through the roof but kind of condenses and fills that room before escaping somewhat. As Rose and Takashi banter back and forth, as each kind of doff your armor and get ready. How is everybody preparing for the spa?
I would have requested additional clothing to prepare for it. I forgot to mention.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, yeah, you see Ken in a kimono. He's chilling.
Come on, dog.
All right.
Correct term is yukata.
Okay, sorry.
As you each get your armor off, and I guess I was going to say for Ken, this takes a minute, but no, it doesn't because you have little dragonlings. And your dragonlings pop down to the ground and begin to scurry around in this front room. You take off the rest of your gear and oh god, I lost my train of thought. But you kind of get as ready as you can before there's a knock at the door. A moment passes, it opens, and the attendant kind of wheels in a cart with a nice bottle of what looks like champagne in a bucket of ice with 5 glasses and a pile of robes and, like, what do you say they're yukata?
Kimonos, yukatas.
Kimono,
are the most
yukata,
common.
yeah.
And the
Yeah.
yukatas are more less formal.
Less
Yeah, so
formal,
the-
mainly for men, and then yeah.
And there's no gift from Pineapple Express of him saying kimono, dog.
Guys, and if each it's like getting comfortable but also trying to I'm trying to gauge how comfortable is everybody.
And Rose doesn't give a shit.
I figured Rose didn't give a shit.
I'm
Rose
getting
kind of
as
comes out, I'm
comfortable as I
guessing just
can.
bearing all.
Yeah, they strip all their clothes off into like a pile on the floor and grab one of the robes and then grab the bottle and a glass and like go curl up
They just
on one
have
of
the
in the
robe
corner.
just like on their
There's
shoulders,
baskets
completely
to put
open.
Your clothes on. There's baskets to put your clothes in along the wall. You don't have to throw it on the floor.
They'll give you just like a look and then go and sit in the corner.
Didn't even read the rules to the spa at the entrance. Unbelievable.
What about the rest of you?
Yeah, Ken's relatively chill. He's been repeatedly told that he needs to relax, so he's taken this day to relax. Briefly.
All right.
I mean, but if shit pops off, he still has the kids nearby.
Okay, so your dragon kids are always within, what is it, 15-30 feet?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So as Rose looks over their shoulder, champagne in one hand with the glass flute, the all thin champagne glass tucked between their fingers, step into the hot spring room, the kind of like almost like a large pool room. It's about 30 feet deep and same width as the front room. Finds a nice corner. Do you get in the water, or are you just kind of enjoying the steam?
Just enjoying the steam for right now.
Okay. Just sitting kind of on one of the rocks, leaning back and enjoying the warm air. Ken walks in, followed by the clattering of, what is it, 7 times 4 is 28 tiny little feet as the scrambling kids go running through the spa and kind of each find little nooks to crawl into and start playing with each other and darting out towards each other. Do you get in the water, or are you staying out of the water, Ken?
Yeah, I'll dip it.
You remove the robe and dip into the water, letting it soak into your body. Feels very relaxing. Aerith.
I'm getting into the water.
Okay. Aerith follows in, dips down in, and kind of like
My hair is
The-
tied up in the messy bun.
the pools of water. There's kind of, it's a natural formation here that they built the buildings around to trap the hot springs that are being created beneath the ground here. So it's not like it's perfectly round or like the ground is flat or the floor of the pool is flat. But as you get in, the stones are nice and smooth, and there doesn't seem to be anything that juts out at you. You can find little nooks, and each of you have a little bit of space around you, and the steam is thick. So it's kind of, it's kind of like the old cartoons where, like, as Ken steps in, puts his foot in the water and kind of tests it and finds the temperature to be perfect, he takes the robes off just as the steam kind of billows up around him, and he dips in perfectly covered and protected. Aerith follows in the same suit. Oni and Takashi. Let's start Oni.
Yeah, Ona's definitely gonna get in and take a moment to relax. He's gonna neatly fold his stuff and put it in the basket so that it's all together. The only thing he's keeping on is freedom. This is just so used to having it.
You sink into the warm water. Feel as the water fills up around your chest and kind of fills those nooks and crannies around freedom, and it's almost like a sigh, but it doesn't come from you. But at the same time, it could have been. It's like one of those like phantom noises where you're like, did I make that noise? Huh. Do
When
I
you
need to
moan
talk
when
to
you're not
somebody?
supposed to.
Yeah.
Freedom deserves a break. Oni deserves a break. This water feels great on his back from the aboleth, so it's a win-win.
Hell yeah. Amen. Aboleth.
That was a moment, huh?
Oh, hadn't
Yeah,
thought of
that
that.
massive chunk of skin that Kid had to carve out is on full display right now. That
Yeah.
scar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. All right, Takashi.
I'm gonna put my clothes in the basket. Also pick up Rosa's clothes. She threw them out. Put it in a different basket. Grab a glass. Head in the water.
Okay. You.
Rose has the
Each-
bottle, so you just have a glass.
Come
Well,
on,
As
you
you
should have known.
You know what? I can ask for another. I'll ask for another.
Takashi walks over with the glass, like, please, sir, have some more.
You hear a punk kind of behind you as you sink into the water and reach for your champagne flume and look over to see Rose pouring themselves a glass. They didn't get in the water. They're just sort of leaned against a rock and breathing in the warm steam.
Are they
It's.
semi-clothed?
I'll let Rose describe.
I mean, they have the robe on, but it's probably not covering anything.
So it's just on your shoulders, fully open on display.
Yep.
You can see little bits on their right shoulder where there's like veins of almost looks like freezer burn overlain with the green and lightly, it's almost like a light yellow, like a gold vine that is wrapped now around their entire right arm.
Stone scar begin bigger? Or did it stop growing after
Roll me a perception check.
radio? See.
A 4.
19. Considering that Rose isn't trying to obscure anything, I'd say you do see it. It does look bigger than the last time you guys had examined it, but not as big as you would expect if it were triggering every time they used high-level magic in the last couple days. They've been very lucky.
I guess that's not too bad.
That's good. Our homie hasn't become the thing yet.
Oh no.
Hey, but maybe it increases your AC.
Hmm.
In that one spot.
Yes. The assassin ever tries to sneak up behind you and stabs you right there, just boom, deflected.
It'd be like one of the Bibles that catches a bullet.
Right.
I'm immune to bullets, but only in one specific spot.
So, as you all sink in, there's another gentle knock at the front door. The door swings open. You hear a little bit of rustling. The attendant walks back in. Are you all enjoying your bath?
Very
Yes,
much.
thank you very much.
Yeah, it's much
Is there-
needed after the day we had.
It's good to hear. Is there anything else I may offer you? Would you like to take advantage of our cleaning service to have your clothing taken care of?
We can take care of that, but I definitely appreciate the offer. Thank you.
Very well. If there is anything, just he kind of points down next to where Aerith is. There's like a little golden bell kind of sitting on top of one of the stones, like in a, looks almost like a stone shrine that was carved from the stonework here. Just ring the bell and one of us will be here shortly. Enjoy your time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Gives a nod, heads on out. The bathhouse is yours.
Relaxing.
This is actually a bit.
Alright. So what is our plan? What is our next move?
Well, my plan, head back to Erebor, get geared up, fire resistance potions first and foremost. I had an idea in mind to prevent us from possibly having to deal with not being able to use our banks of holdings again. I'm not going through that again. Hell no. So take some time, hopefully be able to craft that. And once everyone's set, we head off to the Fire Dell. Take care of Malachi.
We have a way to teleport to the fire dell, right?
I was just
Correct.
about to say, how
Yeah.
exactly are we
Oh,
getting
out of
there?
character. I made sure to research this week because I was like, oh shit, wait a minute, what's going on with this? Rose can use teleport. You can use an item to like, what's the wording on it? It gives you like, it kind of acts as a beacon to where you want to go. So
Yeah.
we can use the scale of terrestrial to like teleport back there, and then ask the Minotaurs for another sand skiff to ride over to the Fire Dell. I made sure to research this because like, oh, let's make sure we got
Way
everything
to
in
and
order.
from.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be somewhere I've been before.
I don't think so.
For the spell teleport?
I just want to be sure because I wasn't with you guys for
This spell
wherever
instantly
we're going.
transports you and up to 8 willing creatures of your choice that you can see within range, or a single object that you can see within range, to a destination you select.
Yeah,
If
you
you
don't.
target an object, and it must be able to fit entirely inside of blah blah blah. The destination you choose must be known to you, and it must be on the same plane of existence. Your familiarity with the destination determines whether you arrive there successfully.
Well, does that surpass the known to you stipulation? Because it's
I think it
not.
becomes like a roll once you have an object.
Yeah, familiarity. Permanent circle means a permanent teleportation circle whose central sequence you know. Associated object means that you possess an object taken from the desired destination within the last 6 months.
Such as a book from a wizard's library, bed linen from a royal suite, or a chunk of marble from a lich's secret tomb.
Or the gifted scale of a giant turtle.
Right. But again,
That
does
one.
that supersede the destination you choose must be known to you?
Roll me Arcana.
We could scry it. All right, I know it now. Let's go.
Arcana.
Okay.
Oh,
You can teleport to places that you have only heard about or have only had described to you. It usually is risky as you're kind of just flying blind, but given a description and an anchor to lock you into that point, you should be able to teleport to that place.
Yeah.
That's how we get in there then.
Yeah. How far from where we're going is the place that we need to be for the fireplace?
well, we've only been to the Earthdale, and I think we've discussed that it's like west of the Earthdale, because it goes counterclockwise, like earth, fire, air, then water.
It's south.
Oh, south. Yep. Okay.
At least
So-
that's where it was when they stopped, because they normally move, and so it normally like they circle around each other, like following each other in a clockwise circle. But when things happened, that stopped.
Yeah. So
Sure, that's fine.
severing his things.
Yeah, he is
Yep,
things.
yep, we'll get there, and I guess we'll head south instead of west.
Is there anything else we need to do before we just go there? What exactly are we looking at going into this place?
So basically, Severn has somehow gotten control of, I guess, the embodiment of each elemental dale. Um, we just learned from Helm that Malachi is guarding the fire dale. So
Right. I mean, that makes sense.
yeah, so we can take care of him, get to the core of the dale, figure out how to purify it, rinse and repeat for the last 2 dales.
Yeah, no big deal, I'm sure. Easy
Yeah.
peasy.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
In and out. 10-minute adventure.
Yeah.
Aside from the risk of temper.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what the scale is for.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scale kind of protects us from any potential elemental tempering.
Hypnosis.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna assume that it's not great.
Yeah, it's
No,
not.
not at all.
there a water resistant potion and air resistant potion as one? I don't know how we
Well,
counter.
in the Airedale, we got that. Well, I was about to say ancient blue, but I think she evolved into a great worm thanks to the mask.
So lightning for air.
Yep.
What about water? Just don't drown.
Cold.
Yeah, I think that's where like
There
all the
are water
really-
breathing potions, yes.
There's also a water breathing spell.
There are.
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
have it in my spellbook.
I'm assuming we're planning we do fire, go back, then do water,
Do another
Air.
couple.
air, and go back.
Yeah.
See, fire,
fire,
stop, do a
home.
couple side quests, come back to it eventually. Okay.
We gotta check all the boxes, you know.
True.
Explore all the zones.
I mean, I was joking, but you guys were talking about something with Eidos. Is that something we need to do before we start the fireplace, or, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I know maybe this is just an emotional theory, but I know before he left, does really wanted Malachi dead. So I think,
think we all do.
yep, me too. He helped burn Baragos to the ground. So, yep, he's on my shit list.
Plus, can we really go to the fire, like, imbued area without our fire tiefling? It's like his house.
He has a vacation home there.
Eh? Maybe.
Do we have any other side quests we can think of?
Right.
It's
Like, I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not
mean,
trying to pull us
I
off
mean,
the main objective
we-
again, but
We can also get the elemental cores needed to help stabilize magic while we're there as well.
Yeah, that's
Also-
kind of important.
We're missing. We can also get artifacts of Bahamut because they said they're hidden somewhere in each of the dales.
There's also the dude who we know took off to what is it Baldur's Gate?
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter.
Talia.
And somewhere out there's another artificer who got away from the Feywild. Don't forget about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's plenty of punchable faces we have access to.
Oh yeah, the Dark Army and
There's also that.
whatnot.
yeah.
The dark army and whatnot. We got
Plus,
we got plenty of things.
we can always go check on Robert and little Scornoble.
Oh yeah, and
Mhm.
Robert. Robert's been doing good boy things, I'm sure.
Are we sure that a dark army that sounds extremely up Robert's alley is not, his doing?
No, because that's in Baldur's Gate.
You don't think he could amass people there?
I don't know. He hasn't moved, has he?
I don't know.
Send him a message.
Who wants to talk
You-
with Robert?
I don't have
You
the
could al-
capabilities currently.
You could also take this opportunity to figure out what the fuck you want to do with Abyssia.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna talk to him probably tonight, honestly. I don't know. What do I say besides, hey, dude, stop being a dick and trying to, like, kill people or buy or double cross, triple cross, quadruple cross, who the fuck you... I don't even know what he was trying to do.
ask
Just hit
You
him.
can
Just
ask
hit
what
him
the hell
with
going-
Titania's dead. Titania's gone. He doesn't need to do what she says anymore. He's free to live his life and stop being a shitbag traitor.
Well, he's kind of dead, so it might be hard for him to live his life. I have his soul. It's not technically him trapped right now. I mean, it
Well,
is him, but
but I mean, like, there's no guaranteeing him being in there. He's gonna stay in there, you know. You can release and let him go into whatever afterlife they get, with the with the knowledge that hey, the person who was fucking everything up got fucked up. So
At this
maybe
point,
it'll help turn him around.
maybe, although at this point I feel like Robert will just bring him back to be his bitch again. If you really think about it, I'm keeping him in here for his own good.
We could ask him questions. I'm not saying take him out. Just ask him some questions. Because maybe Robert sent him to the Feywild for whatever reason. I don't know.
Or maybe
Like,
it
go
was
home.
dragged from the material plane to the Feywild.
Could be.
I mean, sure. Yeah. Hey, look, what the fuck were you doing is definitely the first on my list.
But if it's Hybissia's clone, and the real Hybissia still makes her
You look
Trying to
up
think if
and you
there's
see
any
real
other
life
big
Hibissia.
ones. I think those are the main side things we have, right?
I think
What?
that's yeah.
The only other one would be go back to the dragons and see what their issues are, 'cause they were going through some serious shit too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They may or may not, and by may not, I mean they will not be happy to see us for multiple reasons that are not my fault.
What did you do?
Us or you?
I didn't do anything because I just said not my fault, and by this time I kind of mean it. I'm generally associated, but not my fault.
So Taz, was it Taz? Was it
Yeah.
unfortunate?
Yeah, it was Taz.
Okay, what did
I didn't force
Taz
her to
do?
stay with me. Look,
Yeah, no,
they may
that one's fair. If the heart wants what
Yeah.
the heart, like we can't really hold that against you or Taz.
but they may or
But
may
that is another one on we got to keep in mind, right?
do we have to?
It's kind of one of your significant other's family and kids' family. I feel like we kind of owe it to them. I'm not saying immediately, we don't have to drop everything and run over there, but we should probably keep it in mind.
I'm a little concerned they will just murder me. Gonna be real honest.
What exactly happened? Like, I realized Taz left, but what did she leave to do that pissed the other dragons off?
Well, that's the thing is she left, and she didn't go back when he demanded. She said that they were very not pleased with her. I don't know, like she was supposed to be there helping them protect the important stuff, and abandoning your post is a little bit of a,
A little frowned upon.
just a little bit. Guess Bertanther takes all that stuff kind of seriously.
I mean, that's only like 6 or 7 side quests we have to do.
Each one with huge implications, so
No big deal.
They're mostly linked together in one big complicated Gordian knot.
Sure.
Yeah. I wish we had like a little like journal tab we could put like.
Oh, one thing we did forget? We gotta help set up Erebors.
The what?
Yep.
What?
Sewers in Erebor.
Oh, that is the
Alright,
least
that's
of
like
my
a very minor
problems.
side quest.
Broken shit in a bucket for all I care until we can get around to that.
Hey, who knows? The sewer system will change the outcome of the war.
In ways for the worse, probably.
Hey, don't underestimate the efficiency of a sewer system.
We do that. We dig a bunch of tunnels under Erebor for a sewer system. The entire city collapses into like a sinkhole.
Just falls into the Underdark.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Or the ocean. One of the two.
If the city's ever under siege, you can't really toss shit out. So now you have a sewer system. It gets the shit out of the system, and you're not spreading disease everywhere.
Also, I really have to ask. So your sewer system thing with the pipes and where is this going? Just into the lake? That isn't that the water that drink?
No.
drinking
no,
water.
it's not going
Then
into
where's
the
it going? It just goes into
What's it
oblivion?
called? It goes to the sewage plant, where then it's separated out, and then you can use the byproducts to make certain chemicals that you need, and everything
Oh,
goes into
Takashi,
fertilizer.
what's a sewage plant?
So, oh Jesus Christ! Well, I could show. You want to go to the sewage at the city
I
sewage
do
plant?
not. I'm just saying that's also something we do not have, and will need to be created, I assume, and I don't think
You
it's
don't
a
have to.
simple process.
I mean,
The nice thing about
out of character,
Erebor,
the Romans had one.
I think the Romans used the same thing that Erebor would use, and that's called the river.
Yeah,
No, the
and that
Romans
we
actually
drink
had
that.
a
Flowing.
separate place where, and that's how they get. Oh fuck! They actually used it for like a specific chemical that they used in making like certain cements as well. They didn't use
Okay,
it
that
as
would make sense.
efficiently. They didn't use it as efficiently as we do, but there was a plate where they had it, and the sewage would sit. At least in the big cities. The other cities, yeah, they kind of did go into the river.
All in all, I'm gonna go ahead and say this is probably a multi-year project.
Sewage systems are very important.
I'm
No one
sure
wants
you
to
think
wake
so.
up in the morning and smell shit on the side of the street.
You get used to it when that's all you've ever known.
I mean, look at this place. There's no shit anywhere on the side of the street.
It's weird.
It's not weird.
Honestly, it's
nice.
weirdly clean. Like, it
Good.
Definitely smells better.
is it.
Yes. Don't want diseases that all this other nasty crap spreading around. And one of these days, we're gonna have to get like a giant, like copy the library here of like modern engineering, like bacteria, cell theory, and then we just bring it all over to the material and teach everyone because.
I mean, we're all still alive, but how bad could it
Do you
be?
guys even know what germs are?
No.
Yeah. Wash your hands. That's all I'm gonna say. When was germ theory invented?
I think in the 1800s. It's like 1860s, I think, is when they started to understand.
Oh, really? 1658.
Okay, even further.
About 200 years in the future.
When it was first up, and then expanded upon again in 1762.
I don't know. If it isn't broken, why fix it? Huh?
Broken and everything smells like shit.
We're circling back to the. It's just always been like that.
That's not. No.
Tagashi is so desperate.
He doesn't want to
just
shit in the
kidding.
bucket
I know.
anymore, dude. He hates it.
Right? I mean, what do you care? You're gonna stick around here anyways, right?
It doesn't mean I can't come and visit you guys.
Well, then go to the bathroom before you come visit.
Jesus Christ.
Every time you have to go to the bathroom, you just play shit back and dump it.
I
You
can't
can do
stand
it
this
now.
place. Lane shift.
You just wait a day to come back.
Leave. Either way,
Maybe
not
that's
high on the
sewer.
priority list.
Like, there's also the water system as well, which is very nice and convenient.
All right, jokes aside, we do have a lot of the options.
Yes.
So, was the Firedale the next line of thought we want to chase? Is that the next plan? Just so we kind of get an idea after we relax, or is it something else?
Either that or Eidos, I guess.
And we can contact Eodos once we go to the material, can't we? So 2 birds, 1 stone. Just figure
I
out.
guess
we
you know what. That
You can
is one
contact
thing
him
we.
whenever.
It is another thing that because we already got the heart of life.
Uh-oh.
Earth, come back. I assume what he was saying is to stabilize that one half as well. We
Mm-hmm.
do need to do that, but
No.
I did talk to him about it, see if he could come up with any ideas when we were talking about when we were in the Feywild and trying to do
He
the
sounded
life crystal.
confused and caught off guard.
Oh, you're back. You cut out for a little bit. I don't know if you continued talking or not.
Me?
Oh no, I was just
Oh.
I was just saying I forgot we also did have that heart of death thing too. So
Yeah.
that's also another plot line we could chase after.
Well, we know that that would balance the life one, and we do need that as well.
Yeah, but the question is where to get that. You just call up the Raven Queen or Null. Like, hey, can we get a shard of death?
I could give you a hint and you could call Eidos.
Yeah, Gareth said
Yeah.
that he was talking with Eidos about it, and Eidos kinda had an idea, right?
Yeah, it was just Eidos was literally getting some pretty serious info from the Raven Queen when he called, so he's kind of distracted.
This one didn't quite connect, but previously you were talking to him.
As soon as Cade was like, "Yeah, the masculine back," I was like, "Oh, it's happening right now." Yeah, Eidos is not going to be able to pay attention to what he just said. Oh no!
Ken, you just need to develop interplanar cell phones.
It would be convenient, wouldn't it?
Also, we have cell phones, which is great here.
Keep it to yourself. No one cares.
But you haven't even seen
Yes.
the games yet. We got
shit.
Angry Birds on the phone.
You're advancing to Acheron too quickly, too
Yeah,
far.
I know.
Most. They can't enter the smartphone era. It destroys civilizations. It's an apocalypse in and of itself.
Just people
Well,
with
I
cell
mean, so you weren't able to really talk to him because he needed a minute, Aerith, a couple hours ago. Like, I mean, do you want me to try to call him again? I can.
If you're able to, that'd be great.
I actually made it out of that last battle with a decent amount of spell slots, considering I only had to fight one of us at a time. You know, the smart way.
It's fucking banishment.
Must be nice. You know, how about you fight Oni Shadow next time and you see how that goes?
Yeah, why don't you fight Ken and I at the same time then?
All right,
just
I'll
one of
just
you.
yeah, I'll do you first, and Ken can wait.
We're all scary in our own little way.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do that.
Just to show how scary we
I'm
are.
sitting there, like, going through like, okay, trials, things to do, and I'm coming up with them, and I'm like, all right, that's cool, and I'm going like, narrative fight. And I get to that final fight, and I'm like, what do we fight them? And the only thing I could think of was Dark Link.
Yourself.
Like you walk into that pool room, and your shadow just comes out, and you have to fight
You're
yourself.
like, uh-oh.
I was like, yes, perfect.
So many games have done that shtick.
It's a good trope.
Yeah, it is. It's a great one. It was
I
like
was
because
about to
you
say
gotta
like,
take.
oh, you got it from Baldur's Gate 3, and I was just like, nope, there are other games that did the same thing.
It's both happy and sad that the arena was small. It was large. Catching
It had to
Shadow,
be. You couldn't
Takagi
shoot
would have
yourself
been annoying.
for like forward and back from 500,000 feet away.
The Takashi's just clean the Onis out, and then they're just like pot shotting each other from
Yeah.
a mile away.
Well, we'd be hiding from each other, so it'd be like.
So
who
you
could
wouldn't
see
even know where the fuck
other
you
hidden
were.
away.
Oh god.
You literally
back-
wouldn't
back
be able to
where
shoot
are they?
yourselves.
Yeah, that's why it was probably a good thing. It was a small arena.
That's dumb. All right, do you want me to call Eidos? What am I asking?
I guess confirming if he wants to come with us to go kill Malachi, and if he can ask the Raven Queen for a a shard of death.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and
just a little short.
for yeah, for the sake
Can I
of
borrow a
word
cup of
count.
death?
For sake of word count, I'm gonna go ahead and skip that first part because I can tell you his answer is yes. Of course, I want to kill Malachi with you. And second part, just ask him if he has Shard of Death. Okay. I don't.
Or if he
I
can
think
get one.
we can ask him to meet up with us in Erebor.
I don't know that he's in a position to leave wherever he is right now, considering he kind of had to go off on an epic quest, and I assume until he's done with it, he's there. Unless we go and help him, I guess.
I'm kind of.
And if I want to go to Deathland.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
I
you don't want to get a
think-
cool T-shirt with the Raven face on the front.
I'm pretty sure reward for go to Deathland, help your friend is Death Shard that we need. I don't think we have an option.
What priority do we want everything? Because Helm did say that the longer they're in the Dale lands, the stronger they get.
Yeah. We kind of been spinning it off a little bit since leaving the Earthdale, so I kind of want to go ahead and just nip those in the bud. At least get the primary elements out of the way, and then we can worry about the Heart of Death.
This is why I
So-
didn't choose what to prep next, 'cause I needed this session.
So do all of them without him.
Well, I would
Do,
ask.
do everything simultaneously. Everybody go in a different direction.
All
Settle
right,
this
Yeah.
ourselves.
I mean,
Oh,
me
no.
personally,
Split the
Me
party.
personally-
Let's get it.
everyone
Yeah.
1v1 a Titan.
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen?
yeah, me personally, this is just me out of character. I think Eodos being there for us to kill Malachi would be bad fucking tastic.
I think he would be extremely helpful, yes, and that's why I'm kind of leaning towards talking to him first before we go to Firedale. But
I'll definitely
Yeah.
talk to
Well-
him before we go. Like, worst case scenario, he says no. Best case, he's like, fuck yeah, let's go.
Where he just says he's unable.
Sorry.
Rose says the message, and you get back just a red receipt.
he left me on red.
That's like one of those toll phones, like, sorry, you must pay $5 for calling this.
You have a collect call from beep.
No, I'm not giving you my fucking name. Who are you?
Great, get out of here. This is gonna take more than 25 words.
How many more spell slots do you have?
Like 2. Unless I want to use my 5th level, and then I have 3. Or if I want to use my 5th and 6th level, I have 4. And that's it. That's it, though.
Or it's good.
This is some high price, like long distance charges for
Yeah,
sure.
right?
Dude.
And then you got to roll me 4 d20s because a piece
Yeah,
of the
right.
message might not make it through, which was what happened to Taz.
Yeah. I might want to do them one by one.
You also know that when you did that chain to Taz, she was replying like, "Oh, what? Hit it.
But,
Okay, I can respond to this one, but I only have to."
yeah.
You got to use walkie-talkie rules. When you're done, you say over and wait for them to respond, and then they say over so you can reply.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. Rose just sighs.
Literal game of telephone.
Yeah, sigh heavily and pour another glass, and then they'll kind of like scoot over to dip their feet into the water.
Gonna share
All
the
right.
champagne, or are you just gonna steal it all for yourself?
Are you going to ask nicely for a glass, or are you going to be a bitch about it?
I paid for it.
Again, host rules.
Oh
I don't
my
make the
God.
rules.
May I please have some champagne, sir?
Why, yes, Takashi, yes, you may.
Oh, thank you, good sir. Very kind of you to share. Uh,
I mean, I enjoyed that. I don't know what you're complaining about.
I'm glad you did.
Reach over and tip the glass or tip the bottle and pour him a glass.
Thank you. Any other side quests we can think of that's not going to bite us in the butt? Because we forgot about it.
I'm sure there are.
I bet you Cade's over here like, rubbing his hands together because he knows exactly which one we aren't thinking about.
I mean, I thought of one, but
No,
mm,
Yes.
hire-
Yes.
good.
we need to
Couldn't be
hire a
important.
historian to write everything down. Like, yes, sir, you missed this for this appointment, and you missed.
I mean,
Just throw my-
isn't that what Ken's for? He never forgets shit.
Yeah, Ken.
He
what
literally
have we been
can't.
forgetting?
He literally. Kid, right now, name everything.
Yep.
Oh God.
Name every side quest we have right now.
And go.
Assisting the dragons, elemental planes, Death Shard, Dark Army, whatever the fuck Robert's doing,
Which may or
whatever
may
the
not
fuck's
be.
going on in the Will of Dragons. I mean,
Well, that's part of the main
well,
quest.
that's in game.
It's MSK.
The other artificer that fucking pieced out, where we could get our hands on him.
That's more of like a revenge quest.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter.
I mean, you also for Artificer guy, you know his name, right?
Yeah, I believe we got his name. I don't.
Okay, so
Out of character, I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. I have.
so
it
just
written down.
give me like a couple more weeks, and I'll bring him to you. Deal?
No.
The set no.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it.
What does it mean by that? They're gonna dream him every night and drive him into madness.
Oh no, that wasn't what I was thinking. It's
Oh,
much
no.
worse.
Oh no!
Stop seducing people, Rose. You already have enough.
Oh, I know what
I
you're.
refuse.
Okay. Like that's gonna take a couple weeks.
Also, Takashi, I refuse. You can't make me.
Jesus.
So yeah, table. That one's tabled. That's taken care of. I just need a little bit more time.
For like 20 years, we're gonna have like a giant family reunion, and Rose is gonna have like 5 wives, 4 husbands. Be like, oh look, this is my extended family.
It's like the memes they always do with Ditto, and there's just that huge amount
The
of
harem.
Pokemon that are with them. Yeah.
No one said that there was a hard limit.
there's, there's a soft cap on how many spouses you can have, but no hard
I mean,
cap.
At a certain point, it gets complicated keeping everything like together, and that's a lot of birthdays to remember and anniversaries.
Reminds me of the dumb exploit you could do. It's with a spell ceremony where you could technically marry someone every day.
I mean, yeah.
Person, and you could get like a permanent buff just by.
I think you
The
can
other
only
person has to
do
die.
it. Yeah, I think you can only do it with one person. Otherwise, like you have to like dissolve it, or if they die. But
But that's why it's an exploit and not a pro tip. Is there's going to be damage along the way.
you just kill them and bring them back.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's a limit on how many people could be married, so it's like, oh, we'll add another person to the marriage.
Well, so for ceremony wedding, the creature can benefit this right again only if widowed. So yeah, they have to die.
Yeah, they have to die.
They can
That's
resurrect.
what I remembered.
Yeah.
It's fine. Does it have to be a person? Because you could just marry a fly and then crush the fly.
Humanoids.
Humanoids.
So I mean, you could true
Man, that's
polymorph a fly.
discriminatory, dude. What?
What if you true polymorph a fly into a person and then drop the true polymorph, and then you're still married, right? Or does that break?
They're very good questions. We'll have to- It's like please
These are
stop.
the things we're mulling over enjoying this spot.
Hell yeah.
Do not entertain these.
This is the perfect time to entertain these. What do you mean?
Right? What other
No, I'm saying
opportunity
from the
are we gonna have?
perspective of Cade, the DM's like, please don't do this. Please
No,
don't.
no. I honestly, I love these sessions because it gives me all the things that I need to think about, and I'm like, okay. 'Cause you guys are like expecting me to just be able to go, okay, here's all the battles and maps for that. So, you know that I'd build this week to week, so I love listening to you guys spitballing and remembering all the stuff going on.
Oh, they fixed the railgun thing as words as written for 2024.
Yeah. Rules as written, it didn't work before, but that's fine. You definitely could. You could move an object as far as you wanted by passing it, but that final throw would still do only 1 strength damage or whatever the normal weapon damage is, because at that point it is still just
Yeah.
1 throw. There is no conservation of momentum.
It's just funny to think about.
It's
like,
very funny.
It did move that fast.
What
How
if it
fast
did?
did it go? It's like it does stupid amounts of damage.
Yeah.
A lot of dumb things.
The human railgun.
Also, an
Definitely.
exploit with a specific magical item with a sling, where you could toss a. It's like a bouncy sling or something, where you could toss a rock and it infinitely bounce.
Remember, I think I know what you're talking about. I remember
I
reading
think I
something like
sent
that.
to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rock would like infinitely bounce with the words as written. It's very goofy.
That's why the DM is a role, is because the narrative needs a narrator to help create these boundaries.
I think that's straight up a line. Is like DM has final say in everything.
What if? Okay, on the thought process of this railgun, right? What if it's just a bunch of artificers and everybody casts catapult on the same object in the same direction?
Hmm. That is a
Not
great
a-
question.
That is a great question.
Can you do it?
Like if we just had a group of 10 artificers, just the same rock, all of them catapult, same spot, same direction, everything.
So I was going to say, at that point it'd be a problem with initiative, but no, all you have to do is have everyone roll initiative. The person at the bottom of the initiative is the trigger, and everyone else just casts catapult and holds it until that last one is ready, and then you can all go simultaneously.
What if you stack it? So like, can you like time stasis an object, then repeatedly?
And I'm pretty sure time. I
Breath
wanna
of the
say
Wild?
Time stasis,
Yeah.
yeah, has something about that, doesn't it?
I think so. But
Why is
Okay.
it not letting me look up spells?
What spell
Far-
are
Just
you
coming
trying
up
to
as
look up?
nothing. I'm trying to look up. Oh, it's time stop.
Well, I know Nicholas has a special version called time stasis.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was just trying to look up catapult and nothing came up, but I don't know if I spelled it right. And then I was trying to look up time stasis, but I think it's time stop. There it is. Okay. Time stop. Blah, 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 blah.
I can
No
link
time
catapult.
passes for other creatures while you take 1d4 plus 1 turns in a row. Use an action to move as normal. The spell ends if one of your actions you use during the period or any effects that you create during the spell affect
Yeah,
the
because so you can't
Or
do things that
war.
affect other things. Yeah, because it just stops time stop. You can only really do it
Affect
on
other
yourself.
creatures or an object being worn or carried by someone other than you. It doesn't say just
Yeah.
an object.
Yeah, you can affect objects.
Well,
you just can't. You can't affect
just
other
not on
creatures
somebody else,
or
okay.
other things that they're wearing.
So you could stack it.
I think Iados is getting his reply
Yeah.
typed up now. You've
Yeah.
had time to step away, having left her audience. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And then we need to know what his first goal would be.
I have to change one thing because I was one word over.
I hate it when that happens.
That's always the
Time
most
stasis
fun,
is
don't you
not-
think?
Right? Shove words together. It doesn't
Contractions.
exactly. Who cares if it's not a real
Abbreviation,
contraction?
anyway.
Make a contraction.
Start making your own words.
Exactly.
If you squish the words together and like speak it really fast, does it count as one word?
Like that
It's all
old.
6
supposed to
seconds.
happen in 6
We-
seconds.
We
Right?
got a
You got
baby
6
Easy Boy.
seconds to say. At some point, we'll just develop like a language that
Eats a
in
bunch.
25 words we can convey like an entire paragraph.
I mean, it says words. It doesn't say you can't use symbols. So you just do like the binary code.
Hmm?
Like, all right, there you go. Type out whole pages of stuff.
Yeah.
So here's what he sends back, but it might not get through because this is
Yeah,
the
you gotta
perfect
roll
opportunity to roll a
D20.
1.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I guess roll that first.
Roll it first. Let's see.
That's not helpful. God damn it, it is. Stop.
I mean, that's kind of helpful.
That answers. As long as he
Kind
doesn't roll a
of.
1. Okay, he didn't roll a 1. What's his first goal? Are you gearing up? Are you talking to people there? Or are you trying to head back?
He's right now. He's probably talking with the gang, and I don't mean like
Gotcha.
the Wanderers. I mean his boys right there, trying to get a solid lay of the land. Because obviously he's been out there, but not to the extent they have. You know,
Right.
they've
Okay.
been here, so probably trying to get a little bit more info and idea what's going on
Gotcha.
to
Sounds
get a
good.
plan together.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that you used 95% of the sending for something that I already kind of knew. Or at least, like, I knew you were busy doing something.
I'll send another friend back on.
Yeah, at least you know he can talk
Yeah.
now.
Gotta use another one. Okay.
It's not that big a deal. We're all just chilling here in the spa. So.
I love
I
it
know, I
because
just...
Enos has been so completely out of the game that none of this is even registering. Like, oh, I should be more, concise with what I'm saying.
It's true. It's been like 2 months now. I think you've been there in game. Let me look up my.
Shadowfell's a wild play.
I know that it was like a long time ago. Let's see, Rose was arrested on 3/7. Robert accepted Zariel's offer on 3/23.
Robert, you bastard! I mean, well, never mind. We already went through
Okay,
that.
so it's been like a month and a half. It's been like 6 weeks.
Hey, you guys could have killed him, but you didn't.
You really should have.
I was so excited.
Kane had a cool boss battle set and everything, and we sidestepped it.
Yep. But hey, that's the game. I love it.
And now he'll cause more problems, and it'll be great.
Mhm.
Even cooler boss fight now.
It's going to be the 11th hour, and Robert is going to save the fucking day, and everybody's going to take all of this back about agreeing with him to help us,
He has agreed to help you. You did make
In a
that agreement.
terrible, terrible way.
Tiamat is going to be trying to rip all of us apart with our 5 heads, each head for one of us. And suddenly chains are going to snap all their mouths shut.
Not one. A lot of single digits here, but not one.
You ask the boys, and they don't recommend going out of the city alone.
Yeah, I kind of figured she did say,
Yeah.
get the homies, get the group. All right, I guess that's good to know. And this time, when I'm done typing, I'll send the number first before I send the message in case. 'Cause
Just in case.
we have been rolling some digits here.
It's been really rough.
Just a little bit.
At least they're not attack rolls. Not that an
Right,
8
not
plus
yet.
what, like 15 isn't still a 23 to hit.
I only have a plus 14.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you have a
Mea
blast
culpa.
you can do, though, so that's pretty good. That evens it out.
True. Wow, with that bless, you can get up to a plus 18.
I could if I roll real well.
And that's not awesome. Stack
Speaking
with
of, I have
blessings.
to add that other stuff. Yeah, crap.
Yes. Yes, don't forget to add that.
Oh no, where is it? There it is. Okay. Oh, thank you for writing it out for me. Because now I can just copy it.
Mm-hmm.
instead of transcribing the entire thing while we're trying to play.
Okay. Another 8.
Yeah. We'll take that. Okay.
Send another sending.
Gonna have to.
As always. Back and forth.
Oh,
I've got 2 left. What do I ask? I mean, like, because I kind of figured that it's gonna be something that we're gonna have to help him do. So
I guess you could ask him if he wants to help us first, then we help him, or if he wants to meet us
That's-
and we can actually talk instead of just doing sending.
that's true. Like, maybe he can come help us first, and then we can do him a favor after the fire deal. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, hold on.
What are the chances we got ambushed here?
Roll me a perception check.
No.
We're all just drinking butt ass fucking spa, and then we get ambushed.
Weapons and equipment piled
And
up.
we're injured from the previous fight.
Dealing with one
Air
baby.
the death storm.
I know.
Word.
There's no way we get ambushed here. It's a
In the
spa.
hot spring?
There's
No.
there's a no fighting policy on the front door.
You say that. Have you ever seen? There's a like kind of dark comedy anthology, a western called The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, and there's a saloon where they have a sign that says, "Please deposit your guns before coming in."
Oh
And
yes.
he has that exact conversation with a guy before shooting him in the head with his own gun.
I've seen that clip. Which is very good.
1 second, I'll be right back.
There's no way they can bring guns in. There's no guns. You can't fight here. There's a no fighting policy.
Not allowed.
That's fine. Oni always has his weapons on him. You can
Yeah,
just throw
he kind of just holds his hands up out the water.
catch hands.
Pretty. God damn it! 1 word.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to deal with sending like you guys do. You don't realize how much you actually say until you have to count
Right.
how much you say.
I mean, it used to be like that when cell phones became a thing.
I'm back.
Yeah, right. You have to count how many words you
Hence,
do.
abbreviation became a thing.
It's still out of 1. God damn. Holy shit, we are fucked.
I mean, you're just getting all the low rolls out now.
Yeah, I hope so. That would be good. Because, man, that's big yikes.
Hey.
Double digits.
So the Malachi part, he definitely wants to say more, but he kind of had to say something else. So hopefully Rose can understand that this is an affirmative.
Yeah.
I just looked down and just saw his message. I was like, fuck yeah.
Malachi. Fuck Malachi. Alright. Okay. Rose finally like looks up from sitting like and talking in their head to Eidos and looks up, takes a drink. Let's go get Eidos back and fuck up Malachi.
I like the sound of that.
After we stay here the entire night, because yeah, either way, we're stuck here for the night. But we do that with him, and then we at least get that done, and then we go help him get the Death Shard. Win-win on everybody's book, right?
Very well. I accept this plan of action.
Oh, thank you, gracious leader. Rose kind of like grins and then takes another sip.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Waiting.
Hold up.
Holding. Upping.
Holding.
Holding.
Currently upping.
Spinning.
Bop it.
Spinning wheel of death.
Crank it. Twist it.
Load it.
Give me dexterity or sleight of hand, I guess, if you have proficiency.
I
What
definitely
are
don't
you
have
doing?
proficiency. Dexterity with Flash of Genius.
Okay.
Do
What are
it.
you doing? Fuck you.
Okay. What is your passive perception, Rose?
19.
What is it?
19.
19. So with a 20
Damn it.
after Flash of Genius, you look over at Ken and give a smirk and a grin, and then hear a clanking behind you and notice that his tail had snuck up and around and wrapped the very end around the top of the bottle, and it's now heading back to him.
Oh.
Sharing is caring, Rose. And besides, aren't you the one that wants me to drink more?
Relax more.
Yeah. I can't argue, I suppose.
And just grabs the bottle from his tail and just grabs a swig.
There isn't much left.
How much of that
You
you've been
selfish
drinking?
bitch. No, I'm kidding.
Also,
It's
though,
alright. Put it
you-
on Takashi's tab.
Right. And then after you do that, and Rose will set their glass down and then drop the robe and then cannonball into the water right next to Ken, so it splashes all over him.
God damn it.
Cover
The
your glass.
waves.
Cover your glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I deserve that.
Also, the water shouldn't be that deep, so I'm pretty sure you hurt your ass.
Maybe. Sure it was worth it.
Maybe. Nah, it's fine, dude. This is a luxury place. They gotta have a massive one, right? Maybe even one of those that starts shallow and goes deeper.
It is a big pool. Let's see. But it's also pretty misty in there. Go ahead, roll me a dexterity check, Rose, as you place down your glass and jump in. Let's just see.
Break my ass.
Commoners can die this way.
You hit the water and there's that big splash. You could kind of like, as your head goes under, you begin to realize that this might not be as deep as you thought, and you kind of like flatten yourself out and twist around in the water, and it's about hot tub depth, but you managed to get like right into the middle part there, and didn't hit your butt bone on the stone, you know, bottom of the pool, um, but it was pretty
Win-win.
close.
That's fine.
You guys have any other discussions you wanted to do here as you enjoy the rest of, let's say it's like a 2-hour sauna visit here where they have this room in rental. I do have to ask above table, if Eodos is going to come back, what do you want to do with Oni? You guys have been kind of talking like Oni and Takashi are going to go with you guys.
That's kind of what, as a party, we assume. But
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Oh, above table.
Above
playing
table,
your character.
like obviously, like in character, it makes sense, but above table, just something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, like, out of character, I'm fine if we can use Oni as a means of tracking down other leads and stuff for now. Send them off
I
on
mean, it would.
like PI type stuff. Let them operate.
It
I
would
don't
be
know.
whatever he wants
Okay.
to do, because yeah, like in game, like there's no reason for both of them not to come, but out of game, there kind of is a big reason.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
Rose is assuming you'll stick around, but if you
I
we
mean,
want to discuss.
I mean, Helm kind of did direct us to look for Kalia next. And
Figured that would be Takashi's focus.
Yes.
And he needs his buddy cop.
I do.
yeah. I mean, if Takashi's spilling off to do that,
Yes.
they just become interdimensional police
friends.
partners. Yeah, so he would definitely back him up.
Bad boys, bad boys. Oh, sorry.
And Oni just had to fight Takashi and realized how bursty both of you are and how disgusting the two of you are together.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys. Like I said, I just wanted it to be like on the table in the open so we could discuss it and figure out how you all wanted to move forward. As I said in my messages, however you decide, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If Takashi's also peeling out whenever that's decided, obviously he's gonna back his boy up now that they're kind of planeswalker, So
Buddy cops of the multiverse.
yeah, exactly.
We have to get sunglasses, grow out like that police mustache, and get a bag of
Exactly.
donuts. And be set to go.
Yeah, I mean, you could get all of those. You could get all of those in Akron, I'm sure, because you guys have future
Probably.
things.
Get one of those fake mustaches.
You can get one of those in Area Board too. It's a disguise kit.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. So if he does wants to come back, I'm happy having Takashi and Oni going off on their own adventure.
Well, I know Oni's waiting to know what happens to his friend, so I was just getting a feel for where we were at. All right. Anything else you guys want to discuss while you're here within the bathhouse? Anything you want to do here in Acheron City for the rest of the day? We're pretty much just narratively gated right now at plane shift and the fact that Rose has no spell slots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there-
I'm gonna spend the rest of the day reading the Book of Dexterity.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll just finalize my invention, make sure everything's good to go, and then I guess finalize what ingredients or materials I'll need to make it.
Fuck that. It's the middle of the day, and we got back from heaven. From
Heaven.
Takashi, we're going out on the town. Bring me to your
Alright.
favorite place.
You're not gonna like my favorite place.
What?
Well, this is
Why?
one of my
How
favorite
boring
places.
is your favorite place?
I like to relax. I like to relax.
So this
You
is
like
about it.
getting drunk and clubbing and probably doing other stuff. I mean, I enjoy the
mean, that
movies from time to
It's
time.
fun. Yeah. What? Fine. What is a movie? You said it was like
It's kind of like a play.
a play, but not.
It lasts
What does that mean?
it lasts like an hour to 2 hours. It's like a show, like a fantasy show. You can get adventure, romance,
So why is it called a
horror.
movie and not a play? If it's just the same thing.
Because there aren't any, like, there are people, but they're not actually there. Kind of,
What
I guess.
does that mean?
Closest to the thing would be is like a giant illusion show. You can get 3D if you
Okay.
want.
I was about to say, why don't you go with him and just see
Yeah.
one?
Popcorn.
Yes. Okay.
Y'all want to see a movie?
Who gets
Also,
to pick what the movie is?
no talking during movies. It's considered very rude behavior.
I mean, so it's during plays. Yes.
I'm just
Common
you know,
courtesy.
as common
What's-
courtesy to put your clothes in the basket, but you didn't do that.
You never said that. No one said that walking in. No
As
one
you're,
said,
like,
"Here, this is basket where you put clothes."
putting your boots on, and there's a sign behind you. It's like, rules of the bathhouse.
I didn't read
Please
that.
leave.
Why wouldn't that be part of like the verbal? Like, what if I can't read? Then what?
Because people here can read.
Well,
Higher
that's
education
not.
here.
Yeah, that's not super common where we're from, Takashi. The fact that all of us can read is kind of a miracle, honestly.
But you just said you could read.
I can, and it's not common amongst most folk. I don't know about here, but we're kind of the outlier.
All right. What movie do you guys want to see?
Whatever the best one is.
Name
Alright,
us some titles. Read us some movies out real quick. Let's get a good selection going.
Fast and Not Furious.
Why aren't they furious?
We got. I actually haven't seen movies in fucking a while, so I don't
Right. In a hot minute.
We got
The Revengers.
Jurassic Playground.
Revenge.
We got Jason Boone. We got John Whack.
None of this means
Sonic the
anything.
Porcupine 3.
Yeah. At least most plays like
You
tell you
got
what they're about. What is
Shrek.
all this?
Shrek's a good one. Everyone loves Shrek.
That is also.
They just have Shrek.
It's just Shrek. Yeah.
Shrek is just normal.
With Mike Myers and everything, it's just Shrek.
I mean, that one sounds like the worst title so far, so we should see that
Shrek
one.
is the best.
Then let's go see it.
Aerith and Ken, do you divert any time today from your reading or design work to go see Shrek at the movies with you?
I look at Ken if he wants to go.
You guys have to see Shrek. It is a movie masterpiece.
I'll
You can
go,
get
but
popcorn and everything.
more so to make sure Rose is
What?
behaving.
What?
Your chaos embodiment.
And
As you finish donning your clothing and gear back on, heading out from the bathhouse, you are presented with a bill that makes Takashi blanch a bit, but then he realizes that you guys have come across quite a few valuable trinkets, and Koro could be reimbursed in the future. It'll be fine.
I'm gonna
Committing.
use my hit dice because we technically short rested it.
Yes, you did. You can, absolutely.
just in case we get attacked on the road.
But committing to the day's festivities and the spirit of it, Takashi hails down another cab,
Whoops.
and after
Oh,
about
shit.
a 20-minute or so ride through the city, you guys find yourselves back at the massive mall here in the center southeastern area. As you approach the Moham Square, yes, this is the big mall. It's like the Mall of America. It is fucking massive, like huge. As you approach it, it's
I love the
essentially
Mall of
like
America.
4 times the size of your guild hall. It's like 4 of them next to each other, and it towers a good 60 or 70 feet into the air. And as Takashi hands the credits over to the cab driver, who gives him a tip of the hat and drives off, he leads you in through the buildings into a cool, crisp, fresh-aired interior with hundreds of people just bustling about with little bags of clothes and snacks and foods and interesting trinkets and toys and craftsmen and crafts of all kinds. Um, kind of setting up shop here, but it's not like normal markets that you see where people come in, they set up their tent, their tables, all of these. They're like buildings inside of a big building, and then you go through another door into the building, but then in that building there are other rooms like dressing rooms, and then there's the back room that they don't want
What
you in
the
for some reason.
fuck?
Get the escalators and elevators.
Yep.
This is literally the weirdest place I've ever been, and I was in the Feywild for 7 years, Takashi. What the fuck is wrong with your house?
This ain't my house. It's a mall.
You say that like that means something to me.
Is it
Like
supposed to be
shopping
like
market.
a
It's a big market area.
marketplace and a building?
Yes.
But why are there buildings in the building?
Because then companies can rent out the different stalls, so you have a giant building that lets people like come together in a nice shopping area, and people can rent out the other like smaller buildings and set up their wares there. It's much more convenient.
But what if they want to
Ding, ding,
move?
ding. Would
Then
Jeffrey
what the
please report to
fuck?
the front desk? Jeffrey, to the front desk.
What was that?
That's
Who
the
said
intercom.
that?
That's the intercom. Are
You
you
keep
Jeffrey?
saying
Are you
words.
Jeffrey? Then it
I
doesn't
might
matter.
be. You
It
don't
would
know.
apply to you. You're not Jeffrey.
Who the fuck is Jeffrey?
Are you
Random
Jeffrey?
person that
It
someone
doesn't
is
apply to
asking.
you.
As you say that, Rose, you look to your right and see a very concerned looking woman dragging a child who's just sobbing. Like, I want to be. They're like, it's fine, it's fine. They said the front counter. Come on, let's go, Jeffrey.
Are they gonna kill Jeffrey?
No, Jeffrey is probably a child who got lost.
Or an
Could have
adult.
killed Jeffrey.
Oh no, so the parents. Okay, so what happens is there's an intercom. That's what it's called. That's the voice that allows people to hear other people's voices. And if, like, say someone got lost, is this a big place, or like they need some assistance in a certain area, they call over the intercom, and they can call people to go to different places.
So it's like sending, but everyone can hear it.
Kind of. Thaumaturgy, is that the one that increases your
Mhm.
volume of your voice? It's like that.
Yeah.
So thaumaturgy, okay?
Kind of, yes.
They're just screaming at people in this
No,
building inside a building.
You're purposely making it hard on me.
I mean,
Yeah.
Wanna
yes,
see
but
Shrek or
I
not?
am also confused.
Do you want to see Shrek or not?
Yes.
All right.
And whatever snack thing that you said that we
All
could
right.
have.
Well, there's
I want that too.
popcorn. There's candy. I don't know if you should have candy though. You're already as spaz enough as is. But there's sodas. So yeah, take your
I
pick.
would
All
like
of this
this
means nothing.
popcorn
Soda
and
is like a
whatever.
bubbly, fruity drink. Lots of
Like
sugar. Candy, you know
alcohol.
what candy is. Candy.
Yeah, something sweet.
Popcorn is core that's been popped. Usually has butter. You can have caramel on or cheese on it.
You know.
I would like to try this popcorn you're speaking of, and maybe a soda.
Very good.
You
There's
want
different
salt
flavors.
on the popcorn? Butter? The young man behind the counter, absolutely just riddled with acne,
Kind of reminds me
has
of
been watching
Chad.
you guys have this, and it's like his eyes are going back and forth between you all and the very strange clothing you're all wearing. Yeah. What kind would you like? What drink? He kind of like points to this strange box that has these like 8 weirdly colored like labels on them with strange names like Fanta and Kook.
Kook.
I look
Eric,
over
what
at
kind of flavors do you
Takashi.
like?
What?
What kind of flavors? Like fruity flavors. What kind of fruity flavors do you like?
I mean, I like strawberries.
Alright, is there like a
Hey, same.
Is there like
Uh,
do you not have like a strawberry Fanta iced tea?
we got iced tea. Uh,
Not even a raspberry one?
yeah, we do have the raspberry one. Yeah. Everyone has the raspberry one.
Eric, do you want the raspberry one?
Will it be bubbly?
Is that
No.
carbonated? No, I don't think
Yes,
Out of
kind of.
character. Iced tea
Sort
isn't
of.
carbonated.
It does come out bubbly though because the tea
Eh,
gets agitated and
kind-
but it's not carbonated.
Yeah, it's not carbonated.
He's like, I could add a shot of the seltzer water if you want.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Here's some
What's a
popcorn.
seltzer?
And he takes the like, cup, fills it up with the iced tea, and then he goes over to the seltzer water and fills the rest of it with bubbly water. That
That'd be
causes it to
disgusting.
yeah, the texture is gonna be really weird. And he kind of like looks at it, and he takes this
Aerith doesn't fucking know.
yeah, the cap, puts cap on it and hands it. Okay,
find out.
and then 5 tickets for Shrek. What else can I
Wait.
get for you guys?
I want one of everything.
No, she doesn't. No. You pick like 2 things and a drink.
How am I supposed to choose? There's
We
8,000
can
things
share.
here
No,
besides.
we'll all get something different. We can all share. How about that?
Okay.
Alright.
Do we have to share the popcorn part?
I mean, we'll just get like the jumbo popcorn. It's fine. There'll be plenty.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me upsize this for you then. He takes the bag back and goes, grabs one of the bigger bags, and pours the bag into the bigger bag.
I don't know what these are. What's that one has like a bunch of colors on it?
Just say a flavor, and I'll say if there's something similar.
Lemon.
Rose is looking at Scottles.
Scottles.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
There's some Scottles and some Spurt.
I don't like that.
Sounds
I don't like that one at all.
Alright,
I
yeah.
guess that's what I
It's like
want.
the Walmart off-brand.
Do you want a medium, a large, or a jumbo size spurt?
Spurt.
A big one.
Alright.
I
It takes
guess.
what looks like it looks like a bucket that you would like, like a pail that you would milk a cow into, and he pours that underneath.
Is this healthy?
Fuck is this?
No, it's not. The point of this is like it's supposed to be like overly sweet, so you enjoy yourself. You're usually not supposed to get this much shit.
Anything else for you guys?
I'll have a Dr. Popper.
Alright. Dr. Popper. He looks over at Ken. Those horns are really hooked on there. Well, what can I get for you there? And he kind of looks past. Is that a tail? Sorry.
He's
Nah,
a furry.
nah,
Leave
you're
him alone.
It's fine. They're not glued on or anything. These are he taps on his right horn. It's like, yeah, these are
Say it. Oh,
And now you sound insane.
dedication for a costume, man. I respect it. He gives you a thumbs up.
alright. Whatever strawberry soda that you might have, I'll take that. Medium.
He looks over at Takashi and looks at Aerith.
They-
How about
they
a
don't-
raspberry iced tea?
With seltzer water.
I could put the seltzer
well-
water in if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Raspberry tea, no seltzer
Look
water.
for strawberry
Question
soda.
mark. Because I don't think Ken really
Whatever.
knows what seltzer water.
Whatever a
is.
seltzer is,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the whole situation. Is just like they're saying things that.
Right? You keep saying
right
words
over
that
your
don't
head.
make sense.
Yeah.
I know,
Raspberry
Sky.
tea.
There
No
is a
seltzer.
strawberry Fanta.
Oh we got the orange one and the blue one. You don't have the strawberry one right now. But here, it gets your cup. And what about you? He points over to Oni. Anything for you?
guess I'll have a Dr. Popper. He kind of points at Takashi. I'm gonna trust he knows what he likes.
Okay, so that's 2 Dr. Poppers, 2 iced teas, 1 with seltzer, 1 jumbo-sized spurt, a bag of,
I really don't like
Battles.
that.
a bag of
Start.
Skittles, and a jumbo-sized popcorn.
Wait, you gotta only get that like wrapped up one over there, and it looks like
Can I have some 3 musketmen's and
Musket men.
3 musket men.
3 musketmen.
and a few twisters?
Okay, and some twisters. Okay, he kind of like
gonna be
reaches, keeps reaching
$8,000.
into this. And the 5 tickets for Shrek starting in 20 minutes. Okay, total is going to be, he once again says a number that means very little to you guys, but makes Takashi kind of like, whoa, before he hands out a small piece of like, it looks like plastic metal, almost like a acrylic. Runs it through, hands the card back to Takashi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. Your theater will be in on the right, 3rd one down. Enjoy your show.
Much
Bye,
appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. Before we start the movie, make sure you guys use the restroom. Also, don't drink your soda too fast, otherwise you're gonna have to take a piss.
Mistakes I make every time I go to the movie.
all right. Question number 1: what the fuck is a restroom?
The toilet area. I'll point it out. You see that sign? One that looks like a symbol of a male, one that looks like a symbol of a female.
Okay, which one am I supposed to go in?
You're the female, so you'd go in there. There's stalls. You go in. There's a toilet. You do your thing in there, and then there's a little
Look.
thing on the top that you push down, and it'll flush the toilet. Make sure you do that.
Okay, I know that you call me a female. I'm really not.
Okay. Well, I guess whatever one you look more like at the time, go into.
Rose just like looks down at themselves and then looks up at him very confused.
All right. Just. I don't care. You're a
Unless you want your
you're
bladder
an
to
androgynous
explode,
enough, you
you
can
better
probably
figure
get
it
away
out
with
fast.
Gonna go in this one, okay.
All right. Make sure you flush when you're done.
I don't
What
care.
does that mean?
There's a little nozzle. When you're done doing your business, there's a little nozzle on the top or a little knob. You just push it down. The water will do a swirl and it'll go away.
As you're telling this to Rose, a small child walks out of the bathroom being escorted by their dad, and is like looking up at the 2 of you having this conversation, and looks over at Rose looking confused and befuddled and a little frustrated, and you explaining how a toilet works. He looks over at his dad and goes, "Daddy?" He's like, "Just don't pay attention to them, son."
You'll figure it out. You have a brain.
Will I? Because
Roll-
holes
roll
in
intelligence.
ground, Takashi. It doesn't take a lot of thinking. But whatever that nonsense is.
You enter into the room, Rose, and see strange vertical receptacles mounted onto the wall, as well as a few small rooms that look like
She got the male one.
they're just big enough to hold a single person and a toilet.
The fuck is this?
Come on, Rose. You got a brain.
I'm just
All right.
dying. I'm trying to decide how much I want to narrate, how much I
I'm,
want to
I'm
give
gonna
this.
walk in because at least she went the male one, so I can go in there. I'm gonna just point to like the stalls, like, all right, that's the toilet. You open the door, one that's not locked. You lock it behind you for privacy. You sit on the toilet. You do your thing. There's toilet paper. You use that to wipe, and then you flush the toilet when you're done. Unless it's an automatic. Is it an automatic toilet? Because that'd be very
It's
confusing.
probably automatic, yeah. It's,
All right. You know what? You don't even have to worry about that. Just wipe and you're done.
Gods, I hate you. He'll just walk away into one of the things and close it.
They
and
carry
there's,
their
like-
drink into the toilet with them.
Oh, I told her not to.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I said leave it out here when you go to the restroom.
Okay, then I will leave that to Rose as to what
Yeah,
Rose
I'll
did.
leave, I'll leave, I guess,
Okay.
all that stuff because what the fuck is going on in here?
Longer than you should expect passes, about 10 minutes. But eventually you all are ready and find yourselves in the movie theater. Smash Mouth plays. You guys watch Shrek. You listen to Takashi's advice, kind of pace yourself, but probably one of you does have to go use the bathroom during the movie theater. One person always does. There's a good number of people in here. There's probably about 3 dozen other people in here, and as the movie gets started with these small little blips of illusion that you can't tell if it's an illusion. It doesn't look like an illusion. It looks like it's real, but it was just a white wall, and now it's a bunch of people running around, and something just exploded. And wait, that was the park that we came in at. Wait, hold on. Did they record all of this in the city? Is the only thing that exists this city? Oh no. Uh,
Oh god.
but a couple hours pass. You guys finish your movie and can process that however you think your characters would process Shrek.
Some
I
of
think
you may die.
I
To me.
think Aerith is just in awe over like just the concept of a movie.
Now, was it a live action movie or was it an animated movie?
That is actually a fair point. It would have been probably.
Do they have animation in
It
Acheron?
wouldn't have been. It would have probably been like a cartoon
So more
animated, like a
2D
drawn
instead of
one.
3D.
Yeah, so 2D instead of 3D, because they're not quite at that level. That's why it's like smartphones and stuff don't exist. But we're like 70s, 80s is what I had in my mind.
Gotcha.
Show finishes. The day grows longer, and while you did have snacks during the movie, you could eat dinner if you wanted. But it's up to you guys. Anything else you want to do? Rex Ascensional Crisis. Anything else you want to do here in Acheron?
I'm good.
Alright,
Nothing
you guys
in
enjoyed the
particular.
movie? No
The
more.
movie was interesting and funny.
It
at
was
the same
weird.
Time.
I don't know if it was the movie or the other things, and I feel like my heart is going to explode.
How much sugar did you have? I mean,
Like
you
half
look-
of this thing.
Yeah, you got the bucket full of soda.
That was a lot of
It was-
spurt.
Yeah, it was good, and now I feel sick.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, that's probably because your body's not used to so much sugar. Is sugar a rare resource in Faerun? I'm assuming. So
Probably.
Just not as processed.
Yeah, it's not as processed. It really depends on where you're at. Like Eriabor is pretty lush in resources, being so close to the green fields. There are what is it? The sugarcane fields that they grow out there as well, along the Chanthar River, which flows kind of along the southern part of Faerun, the Sword Coast. But the further you get north, once you get to like Baldur's Gate, Daggerford, it becomes rarer and rarer. The luxuries seem to be more focused southernly, like along the equator, where things are more stable year round.
yeah. So yeah, you're probably just not used to so much sugar, and you had a lot of it.
I'm gonna go run around. Goodbye.
Just to say, Rose needs to run around. Rose goes and runs off like a puppy through the mall. The rest of you,
I'm
Somebody
sorry
should
not
follow
to have to
her.
call Rose on the intercom, be like, "Would Rose please come to the?"
do you get them to?
If we lose Rose, I might have to.
We see a person walking us screaming and crying Rose the same way they walking the kid.
Oh. Well, it's up to you guys. You're in full narrative control here. As Rose runs off to go burn off steam, what do?
I'll go supervise.
Alright.
Roll me dexterity checks.
You gotta catch
Anybody
me,
that's trying to
bye.
keep up with Rose. Rose, you have advantage from the sugar for the next minute until the rush is over, and then it's disadvantage. Okay.
Whee!
Rose takes off through a crowd of people, and Ken, you keep up with them well enough, mostly by keeping an eye on all the people going like, "Hey, wait, watch it! You're not supposed to be running in here! Hey, security!" And you're like, oh, "No, no, 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 no!" Kind of like running behind them.
God damn it. I guess.
We're gonna get
Keep it going.
banned from this place.
The rest of
Yeah.
you watch as the two of them run off.
God damn it.
Oh, this is laughing.
You track the movement through the mall as best you can. You lose sight of them for a moment, but you can kind of see that little like wedge through the crowd as people part out of the way as Rose is just full tilt boogie, and then you see one of those weird staircases, Rose, and it's moving down, but you know you could get up it. You could get up
I
it.
can
No
do
one
it.
could stop you. You could do it, and so you run, and you and you're running up the down escalator, and Ken, as you approach, you see Rose running futilely, making progress, but slow progress, up the escalator. I can do it. I can do it.
I'm gonna just sit there and watch.
Roll me a
Wait for them to.
Constitution.
You should take the
Sorry,
up
Rose, roll me a
Burn the
Constitution.
bills up.
fire.
Yeah.
Do I still have advantage or no?
Flat roll on this one. It's not disadvantage.
You
watch as they
That sounds about right.
Halfway up, and they're like, their head is up, their arms are like flailing back and forth. You can kind of hear this chanting. There's people at the top of the escalator looking down at them, kind of like whispering back and forth, and people at the bottom of the down escalator going, "Go, go, 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 go!"
I can do it.
And Rose is pushing and pushing, and then it's almost like all of the wind just dies. Rose, you feel this weight wash over you, and you hit the escalator, and you try to pick yourself up, and it's almost like you've been hit with a point of exhaustion. You're like, no, as the escalator takes you down and down and down, and all your progress is lost.
Aw. They'll just lay on the ground.
Okay,
There's
I'll
a. Go ahead, sorry.
I'll just walk up and just look down. It's like, you done yet?
I was so close.
I don't feel so good.
I think I'm gonna die.
That's what it
Oh,
feels
boy.
like.
Yeah.
Tell Takashi he has killed me. It's his fault. I blame him.
Yes.
What?
Oh, you're done.
Are you done?
All right. Well,
Yeah, I guess Kittle, grab Rose, just pick them up and just let's go. Let's get out of here before we get banned. I mean, we're
My legs feel like jelly.
Yep. It's gonna be all right. Sleep it off.
But now we know never to give Rose sugar.
I think we've learned that lesson once before in this campaign, in another city somewhere.
Mia, though.
Oh no, it was Mia. That's right.
Was it the same city? Is this
No, I
all
think
your
it was
fault?
in Eriabor. I think it was in Eriabor with the chocolate.
Can't remember.
But,
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but you, as Rose descended the escalator, the people at the bottom were like, "Oh, good try! It was a good try!" And they kind of like stepped out of the way as Rose was deposited off of the escalator. You come up, and get your arm under their shoulder and pick them up. The rest of you who had watched from about 200-300 feet away as Ken and Rose ran through the mall, see Ken kind of bringing Rose back, supported on his shoulder, their feet lightly dragging behind them.
How are we feeling, champ?
I'll go to bed. I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna try lesser restoration on Rose. Hopefully that can make her feel better.
The knot in your stomach goes away. The strange kind of bit of flutteriness in your arms and the weakness in your legs are still there, but that weird queasiness that you'd been feeling for the last 10 or so minutes disappears. And I wish I had lesser restoration.
we can head to the apartment, and then I guess I can order us some either Chinese or pizza or something.
What's a
dinner.
Chinese or a pizza?
Whatever you think is best. Let's just not get into this conversation right now.
Okay.
Food.
You don't want to have a conversation about what's in Chinese.
No.
I don't want to have to have a conversation of what's a Chinese, man. We're gonna skirt on past that one. You guys leave Mohaim Square and call down another cab. This time, the sun has set over the horizon, and the city has kind of come to life with its own weird bit of candlelight. As you drive through, the carriage that you're in has two bright lanterns off the front that illuminates the road, and you could see the people passing by with the shadows being cast off of all of the lights. The buildings themselves are also well lit with the different windows kind of casting gentle glow out across the city. And at a distance, each building looks like one of those bubble wrap boards where you've popped half the bubbles with some of the lights on and some of them off. You rumble through the roads, listening to the sounds of the nightlife around you and the people not shouting angrily, but some people using raised voices, especially as you get closer to the Kekek Square over here in the northeastern part of Acheron. And as the car pulls up to a stop, he once again takes the card from Takashi to run it. Takashi leads you up, I think it was the third or fourth floor her apartment was on, and into the small, cozy apartment we had last left off. Here's the map of Cora's apartment. Oh god, this is a long time ago.
Right.
Yeah, it
So
was.
many old tokens and things.
Ooh. There was the last crew that was here. That was that was the guy that Oni pulled out of the car. That was the car Oni pulled him out of.
Yep.
And he like beat that man to death.
Straight murdered.
Yeah, he did. That man was not hanging in there very well, and you were like, "No, you're not getting away." Grab you, throw you on the road, run away. Back to my friends. But Takashi leads you in, kind of throws his keys down on the counter, and heads over to a couch, and sits down. You all step in. Rose, the building that you came into was big, but this room is not particularly big. The rest of
It's
you
another building in a building.
have all been here before, but I will leave you guys to the scene in Koro's apartment. I guess I'll say. Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
because immediately sitting down and just like, man, ugh, I'm just tired from pacing rows around the fucking mall.
What is this
At
place?
least the movie was entertaining.
You open that door, Rose, and it looks to be a small guest bedroom. It has a single bed off to one side with a bedside table and a window that... Actually, there is no window in that room.
Yeah, I mean, the movie thingy, it was... Okay, it was weird.
I mean, it was meant to be entertaining. It's not like a serious
No.
tale or anything.
Okay, well, sure, yeah, it was funny, I think. A lot of it I didn't really understand. They made a lot of, I feel like, references to things that I should know, and I didn't. Why were they green?
Shrek?
Yeah,
He's an ogre.
that doesn't look anything like an ogre.
He even said he even said he's an ogre. He's like, ogres are like onions. They have layers, like all that.
Which also made absolutely no sense, because
It's just meant to be entertaining and jokey.
How come we never saw another ogre?
Yeah, he did.
I mean, the girl one
No, I
was
mean, like-
also green.
I mean, like a natural.
Oh, that's
Genuine.
because you haven't seen Shrek 2.
There's another one.
I think there's 3 or 4 of them.
What? Why?
Because Shrek's good.
Okay.
People like
Sure. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't. I didn't really get it. That's fine. What is this?
The
Why is it cold?
kitchen area. Don't close the fridge. That keeps food from spoiling. It was like your
There isn't it.
bag of colding.
Okay. I mean, there isn't really anything in here. There's like.
It's because I've been eating most of it when I was here.
There's like 2 little square containers with like a metal hook over the top that are tucked off to one side, and then 3 glass bottles that have you would know it, ale, beer. He's got a couple beers in there. He's got bachelor fridge going on.
Yeah. So Rose will reach in and take one of those. How do I open this?
The food container?
No, one of the bottles.
Oh, just you grab the tab and you push, like you hit one on up
Is it a-
and the other one down. Like you see where the indentation is.
Oh, it's
Oh, it was a
can.
bottle. Oh, it could be a can.
So,
If you'd prefer cans, it'll be a can.
no, this
Drink
is
canned
Can.
beer. Okay.
use 6 packs in there.
He calls for food delivery using a device that seems to be like attached to the wall here, right next to where he's standing, ordering enough food for you guys. We'll just say he orders Chinese because it was the first thing he recommended. Food is delivered, takes about an hour, but you guys have dinner, and anything else you want to do is up to you. Otherwise, it's about 7 or so at night, local time there. You've been up since probably like 8:30, so it's up to you guys what you do with the rest of your day.
Finalizing my invention, and then I'm chilling
Reading.
until bedtime.
Ken and Aerith are in the living room reading and schematicking. Rose?
Rose is busy like picking at all the food still like left over that they have left after everybody else finished food. And probably drinks most of Takashi's beer.
Okay. Takashi?
I'll probably have to spend the time cleaning up the mess she's making, like putting the beer cans in the trash and putting the food away.
That's your call.
Yeah, I feel bad if Coral came home and like there's just crap everywhere. So I'll be cleaning up.
What a
And-
good host.
Oni.
Ollie's probably just in the room with Ken hanging out.
All right. Well, the rest of your evening goes peacefully. You are not attacked by the cult while here in Koro's apartment in Acheron City.
Not this
Your
time.
night is actually quite peaceful. You go out onto the balcony and can feel the cool wind of, nighttime in a city, the sounds of bustling people all around you, and again find your sight drawn to that second moon that you'd spent the last 2 days on. Eventually, do you guys sleep all kind of sprawled out here in the apartment, or do you open the mansion?
I mean,
Have enough
I feel like we'd
spells.
probably open
No.
the mansion.
No one gets the mansion. I just don't
You-
have enough spell slots to.
I was about to ask, do
No,
we,
no,
do we
no,
have
I-
the spell slots anymore?
So bet it is.
There is a master bedroom that has a queen-size bed, as well as a guest bedroom with a twin, and then there's a couch and 2 love seats in the living room.
I'm sitting in
Which
one
I
of the love
guess-
seats.
Thinking about it, as long as somebody sleeps on the couch, that's actually good for everybody, because Oni and Aerith can, meditate in the seats. Just need somebody to sleep on the couch.
Dibs on the couch, because I'm not gonna take the master bedroom from Takashi.
Rose won't go in there, but they definitely like have their hand on the door, like after they were looking in there, and looks over at Takashi to see if he's going to stop them. because it is the nicer one. Yes.
Well, so the door you're at right now goes into here. The door in the
I
master.
just don't know where the door is. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Just like
Yeah, whatever. I figured you were gonna take it anyways.
As
At least
you
I get a
lock
bed.
eyes with him, he's got a bag in his hands that he's been collecting all of your leavings, whatever you didn't want to put away. In that moment, you were gonna put it away. You just didn't want to put it away right
Yeah.
then.
It's
But
just the
he's
food
been
was weird and it was really oily, and I had to like figure out what the fuck it was. I would have cleaned up eventually.
but he's been
some
just stuffing it in
lo-mein
this bag.
orange chicken.
Pulls the drawstring tight as you lock eyes with your hand on the master bedroom door, and in a flash, the moment you open the door, it's like he moves like lightning, and he's too slow. In the doorway, on the other side. Turn and head to the guest room, which is still nice, and the bed is still made and comfortable. Koro is always trying to be a good host if she can. And the five of you can turn. Oh no! I grabbed the wall.
No.
I'm just trying to grab Rose, game.
It's shrinking.
Ah!
Turn in for your long rest. So as you lay down, get comfortable, and drift off to sleep. Is there anything anyone's doing in these last moments before the end of the day? Okay.
Reading.
Go ahead. Yep. You can knock off another 4 hours of your book.
Yay.
And as your eyes begin to water and get a little bit tired, you stretch and yawn and see as Ken is kind of like getting himself comfortable over on the couch. Oni is setting himself up in one of the chairs and just kind of follows suit, putting your hat on one of the side tables and kind of, I don't know, does Aerith wear pajamas when he's comfortable? What would you trance in?
Probably just like normal comfy clothes. I wouldn't be in my armor.
Okay. You change into your pajamas, come back out with a toothbrush, and you're like, sit down, enter your trance. Everybody can hit the long rest button. You can all have your spell slots back and your hit points, I
We weren't
guess.
ambushed. Yeah.
I guess.
Not today.
Elves, you awaken first, early in the morning. It's about 3:30. You got 4 hours until your party wakes up. What you want to do?
I would probably read until everybody else wakes up.
Solid plan. Go ahead and knock another 4 hours off.
Never would have guessed.
Anything for you, Oni?
I'm almost
That
there.
made you. He's probably just gonna spend a little time communing with freedom, because you know Helm did say it was eventually gonna be gone. So while they have some downtime, just enjoying the company of his oldest friend at this point.
As you sit and kind of like hold in your hand the talisman that you had added onto it at the end, as well as the silver star that had been overlaid on it to represent the kind of, what is it, not trapping, but binding of evil. You can feel presence, and your perception is very keen. Your hair kind of stands up, and you look over at the screen door that goes out onto the balcony, but it's locked, and there's no one here except for Aerith, who's just gently flipping the pages. You hear a low, kind of light rumble of a snore from Ken, but that wasn't it. And then you can hear a voice. Hey. Hey, buddy. You look around, but you don't see it until you look down into your hand. And as you look into the artifact, it's like the world around you fades. You end up on the side of a mountain. Let me see, I need to check one thing.
And you go on a mad trip.
Do.
She slipped us some peyote, dude.
It was in the Chinese.
It was in the Chinese. No. I just want to get the right one. Okay. You feel as reality kind of like fades around you, and you find yourself on the edge of a mountain looking out over a vast and wild forest. Kind of take in the scenery and lower freedom back down to your chest, and as you look to your left and then back to your right, you hear something over to your left and look just to see a young man, probably about early 20s. Beautiful long hair tied back into like a braid that goes down to the middle of his back. His ears are long and pointed, but not elven, not half elven, just not human. And as he looks at you, his eyes radiate with brass light, and he smiles. Looks like we're getting close to the end of our road, huh? Well, the one we share together, at least.
O'Neill kind of nod and return the smile, like very warmly, and just, yeah, seems that way.
Man. When you found me, I was like, this guy needs some help. I could give him a hand. But we went on quite an adventure. And you did so much. I mean, here I am again. Vibrant as I once felt I was. You got me back to justice. We found truth. But now our paths have to part. I have to stay with them. He kind of like sighs and toes at the ground. Duty. Even I can't be free all the time. But choices we make when freedom is taken that show us how well we can enjoy the freedom we have. Kind of stops and like looks up and down. I don't know if we've ever. No, we haven't. Never talked like this before. Little ways back and forth, but
Oni kind of nods along with what he's saying, and yeah, it's been a journey. We've been through a lot together, and you've helped me through so much. I know that you still have a lot to do, just like I do, and it makes a lot of sense for you to keep doing what you're doing to help them keep doing what they're doing. Just like I plan to help them do whatever I can.
I know. His voice catches, and he kind of clears his throat just like I did and shakes his head. I know. You're gonna be more free than anyone has been in a very, very long time, and I'm envious, man. But you're right. We got a job to do. And like Helm said, justice has told me that there's someone out there that needs my help. And that's what I was born for. To help protect, and in the end, to ensure that freedom persists. He turns towards you and holds one hand out. And he's shorter than you, looks younger than you. I mean, everything about him is just sort of like almost juvenile. He's got golden, like, rusty hair. His skin is almost perfectly flawless, and he's wearing these robes that just flow like liquid brass around him.
He'll turn to him and rather than take his hand, he's going to step in and give him a big bear hug. Thank you. I'm glad we met.
He squeezes his arms around the back of you. Oh, man, I'm gonna miss you. Squeezes you tighter. But we got places to be. Thank you. Thank you for just being you and choosing to be free.
I kind of hold the hug for just a second longer and then let him go. Give him a smile.
As you smile, he smiles at you, and his eyes twinkle with brass light. All right. Time for my next job. He holds up a peace sign. Stay free. The mountainside around you fades. And you return to the kind of lightly lit apartment. Koros, the sun having just broken over the horizon outside, casting that gentle dawn light down across you, and it flashes across freedom and the ornament that you had added, and the ornament detaches. Behind where you had attached it on, there was one of the beads, and you had kind of like clipped it on around it at the very base apex point of the necklace. But that bead is now gone, and it is now attached to the back of the trinket, the star of Tiamat with the overlaid star. And as you hold it in your hand, you can feel just the tiniest bit of his presence there.
He'll give the trinket a squeeze, smile, and tuck it into his robe.
Okay. Tuck it away. Look over at Aerith as he flips the page once more. Ken rolls onto his side. A couple hours pass, and the rest of your party awakens as Rose and Takashi and Ken finish their long rest and awaken within the apartment. Breakfast is had. I'm guessing it's leftover Chinese food.
Absolutely not. That was already weird enough the first time.
I'm not complaining.
Food is food.
We could definitely
What
do a
is
lot
the-
worse.
A chicken is not supposed to taste like an orange.
It doesn't taste like
Those
an
are like-
orange. It's just a sauce.
Well, it does. Yeah, that's the even worse thing. That's even weirder. Why?
It tastes good.
Ugh.
You're way too picky.
Now, did you guys want to do your training here, or are you going back to Iriabor first? Because I know training's the first thing on your to-do list for the day.
Destroy Cora's apartment.
Please do not.
I mean, I can just I'm just meditating, so I can do mines here, but
Nothing's ever happened while you meditated.
Nah.
You open your eyes after it, and it looks like a tornado has rolled through.
yeah,
Let's
I'd rather
head
not mess
to-
up Cora's apartment.
So
You
yeah,
would go first.
I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait until we get back
Well-
home.
I mean, I was gonna say though, so I don't know if Ta God, if Eidos has a way to the material. I need to send him a message now that I have more spell slots again and see if he needs a ride.
Have you been wearing the crown this whole time?
Yes.
I keep helping them move it around too.
I just noticed it's been moving. I was like, oh wait, they got a crown, didn't they?
Stole it from that puppet.
Isn't it cardboard?
It's mine. It's wood.
Well then, if that's the question, we need to rewind a little bit.
Well, I was
And-
gonna send him a message this morning and see, like, because if we want to do that, I can get to the Shadowfell to get him. You guys would have to get to the material on your own, and then I would have just enough to get the two of us to Erebor.
How do you get to the Shadowfell?
I can try to get there. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
You
you
need
need a key. Yeah.
Well, then one of you guys have to go fucking get him because you don't need keys.
Well, that's why we need to find out what Eidos did yesterday to know if he's still there. Because he had a whole night while you guys were at the movies.
Yeah. I was
Raven
gonna like
keep
call and ask if he needed
the
a ride.
material.
Hey,
This-
And that's
It's like asking your friend's mom. Hey, can
Can you spend the night?
yeah? It's like you guys ever agreed to drop you off at our house?
But okay, so after you had, so in your here, let me.
I'm just saying the problem is that Rose wouldn't have really thought about it until this morning.
Mhm.
So I mean, we can go over the stuff for there, but we need to do the other stuff in the morning. Okay, but you can do your side at least with Eidos.
Yeah. So as you had been talking with the crew, they just like trying to figure out how I want to do it. Do I want to just do it out in the open? Do I want to?
We could take a break if you just want to send a big message, or all of us leave the chat except for Earth. Everybody, deafen yourself.
Let's see. They would say that she would not guide you out or not tell you to go out there without telling you where to go. So if she just told you where it is out there, then you'll probably want to check back in with her to get directions once you're ready, kind of thing. That the area can be very dangerous, chaotic, tumultuous, and that her directions are probably going to be the only ones that could really help.
Got you.
Yeah.
So definitely check back in with her before trying to make any moves.
Right. Obviously she's gonna know where you're supposed to go, but if she didn't tell you then, it's gotta be a reason, right? So, kind of like just looks at you and I guess this is goodbye. For now, at least.
Yeah, for now. I still got some things to do, but I am still indebted to her, so I'm sure there will be more adventures with the Shadowfell crew at some point, but
It has been one hell of a fucking adventure, man. I have never seen anyone drink as consistently as you can, and not look as bad as Syl. Like, whew. She kind of chirps up from the back. Hey, that's yeah, you're right. Anyway, find your friends, and oh no, yeah, no,
Disappeared.
he did. It was him. It was him.
It was all him.
No.
Ah!
that was so unfortunate. Discord, I heard find your friends, and then Discord did the thing.
Unfortunately, I heard the Badoop and stopped right after I said find your friends. Find your friends.
The only person we needed to talk to. No.
Bring them here, and we'll do like a, I don't know, party-based drinking competition or something. See who can really live it up the best, yeah? And then you guys can go out and find this Heart of Death or whatever you're looking for.
For sure. I know at least one person that will 100% take you up on that. And you might not be able to keep up. I'm sorry. Just a heads up.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to take that as a personal challenge, and I'm going to start preparing, so take your time, man. I want to be ready. He smirks. All right. Holds out like that warrior's arm shake, or he grabs you by the forearm and pulls you into that, like fist on the back hug. Stay safe out there. Stay alive.
I'll definitely do one of those two things.
I'm gonna miss you. All right. Kind of like looks around. Do you even know how you're supposed to get out of here?
Not even remotely. I kind of didn't think that far ahead. I should have asked when they were talking last night. I might have to see if I can catch a ride. Maybe she'll help me, but I don't know. I'll have to see. Unless one of you guys happens to have a trick in your back pocket you've been saving.
No tricks, but and Syl kind of points. But I think she heard you. She points past you, and you turn over your shoulder and see, identical to the one that you had walked through a month and a half ago, a black shimmering portal appears on the wall in the stone behind you.
He just kind of laughs like, okay, that's very convenient. And then he'll kind of look back at the group, thank them once again for helping show him what he needed to do to even exist out here. And out loud, just thank the Raven Queen for all she's done so far. And basically promise her that he will repay it. And then I guess head through the door.
Okay. As you say your goodbyes, they reply with the same kind of like gratitudes and accolades. Oh man, you brought such a good perspective. Oh, it was our pleasure. It was great to meet you, man. That kind of, you part ways, taking one last moment, step through that portal. Roll me a perception check. Okay. You step through the shadows, and as you emerge on the other side, like they're clinging to you like water dripping off of you, you open your eyes and look around. You're in a familiar place.
My eyes, it's too bright. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
And you hear a voice, croaky and metallic, kind of off to the side. Intruder! Who are... As you look, you see Paladin. Saya. Actually, I think it's just Paladin right now.
Yeah, we gotta wait until we can
Gotta
get
wait.
back to the house.
Yep.
Where I can
I
officially
keep
name him.
jumping ahead of it, but you look over and can see Paladin, his hand already reaching for his sword. Diedos, you return. Welcome. And he drops down to like a half bow, lowering his head. You are on Starfall.
Huh, this is convenient. Do you know where they are? I didn't ask when they messaged me. Do you know where they are? He's asking Paladin.
Yeah. Paladin raises from his bowing stance and closes his eyes. Trying to remember. Thief alerted us to Lord Ascalon's presence in a place called Acheron yesterday. But I do not know where they are now. No.
All right, appreciate it. I don't really have a means to contact. Kind of scratching his chin, but I know where we always end up at. So kind of pat Paladin on the shoulder and walk past and head towards the teleportation circle.
Ironically, you left your where you arrived was right where the door had taken you out
Oh,
of
so
the
we're
area.
right at the
You're
the
right at the
teleportation.
teleport
You're right
circle.
there.
Yep.
Perfect, perfect. Pat him on the shoulder, kind of crack his fingers, like, all right, been a little bit since I've done this.
Okay. You step onto the circle and looking down at the familiar runes that you had memorized so long ago. Where you head?
Head to Eriabor, because that's where we always end up.
Okay. You cast out your teleportation circle, and as you hold your hands out, the circle lights with black light and then flips into the platinum of Starfall before you disappear and reappear within the Guildhall in Eriabor as a very startled wizard. Excuse me, sir, we were not expecting any arrival. Oh, Master Eidos. And stands up, the same wizard attendant who has been managing the circle since your adventure started. It has been a long time since we've seen you. Welcome back. And nods down. What brings you here alone?
It's a long story. I don't really know if it's worth bothering you with, but I'm waiting on the rest of them to show up. So I assume they'll end up back here. If not, hopefully one of them will contact me. But
Very well. Welcome. Welcome back. If there's anything we can help you with, let us know. I believe your rooms are still set up for you, although they have had other members of the party, so I can't guarantee that everything is as you left it, but it's good to see you again.
likewise, appreciate you not immediately calling every guard here.
I appreciate you not riding a horse in this time. He laughs, leans back in his chair. Have a great day. You have the day. It's like 3 in the afternoon here within Eriabor. As you head into the guild hall, you can see the light streaming in through the windows in the hallway. What does Eodos do for the next day?
Well, first thing he's going to take as deep a breath as possible, because this is probably the freshest air he's had access to in a while.
There's a lack of ringing, a lack of static that feels just so relaxing. Like you're not being, like you're not holding something up anymore, you know? You're not carrying anything. You're just being, and it is very, very relaxing.
All right, all right. Kind of claps his hands a little bit. Doesn't really have a game plan. Just assuming they'll end up here at some point, and if they don't, they'll message him and he'll be able to let them know. He's just gonna do basically their normal routine, like popping in, saying hey to everyone that they had interacted with, various shop owners, guild members, everybody. Check in if anybody needs help while he's here, and basically just exist without the weight of having to force himself to exist.
That is very fair. Very fair. Okay. All right. Were you getting any like items, picking anything up while you were shopping around, or are you just saying hi
Oh
to
no,
everybody,
no,
touching base?
just yeah, it's just been a little bit, so
I'd
just
say
popping in, letting everybody know he's back.
Erodi is probably the happiest to see you. She has been very bored since you stopped wandering with the Wanderers because no one brings her fun things to craft with anymore. And she wants to hear all about what Eidos has been up to and is just very happy to see him. Manon is also likewise happy to see you, and Lorena. Do you stop in to see Aureus?
Yeah, if he's here, absolutely.
Let me see where he would have been yesterday. Okay, actually, ironically enough, so now I'm reading what I had sent to Kyle. As you're leaving the guild hall, Aureus, you had stopped in for a just kind of, how are you doing, catching up, talking with Emmeline. Let's see. Okay, okay, yeah. She had just told you of what was going on with your boys, and as you're like leaving the training yard out back from your visiting time with Fred, you see a face that you hadn't seen in a very long time. Not since before you died, because Eodos wasn't here when you came back. You see Eodos walking through the guild hall, having just, I guess he probably would have just finished talking to a roadie, so he's just a little bit ahead of you as you went in the door behind him. But as you follow him behind, there's like a, I don't know, it's like a tickle in the back of your head, Eodos. You stop and turn around and can see Aureus, who you didn't know. Well, I think they might have told you he was back, but hadn't seen him since that day in the castle.
Even if they had told him, Eidos is just like, holy shit.
Well, there's someone I haven't seen in a while.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. What? You're not stoned anymore.
No.
Last time I saw you, you were dead.
So, walking with a cane now, but still better than what I was.
Yeah, I would say. Up and around and not a topiary accessory is really great.
Yeah. When did you get
Are
back?
you alright?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing fine, but I didn't realize you were back.
Honestly, just now. Kind of spent a little time and wasn't expecting to be back, I'm gonna be honest with you, this quickly.
Did something happen?
Uh, I mean, you're filled in on the whole magic thing, right?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, well,
Which one?
yeah, so take a moment to kind of walk him through that bit then, because he trusts Aureus. If it was a random person, he wouldn't tell him. But knowing Aureus, he's complete faith. He kind of lets him in and fills him in on the fact that he also got a lead on another piece that they might need after they deal with the Dell stuff. So
Interesting. It sounds like they've really been busy lately. I can't remember, when was the last time I talked with them?
Let's see, where am I?
I think it was when Mia was learning about life.
Yes, it would have been the last time Mia came through. You went with Mia to the library to help learn about God stuff.
Gotcha. So, Rose is still MIA for me then.
Yes.
Technically,
Yes.
Oh.
I'm like running through. It's like yes, because you've only seen Mia, and Rose has not spent much time in the material since coming back.
Gotcha.
Just sort of like little way stations.
Gotta remember how much Aureus knows.
Yeah, right.
It's been so fucking long.
That's why I'm here to help.
Has Eidos like changed in appearance at all? Or has he just looked the same as always?
God, I feel like he's changed a lot since you last saw him.
Since the last time you saw him, he looks very different. Why don't you go ahead and paint us a picture, Eidos?
well, he definitely looks like he would be a villain with all the spooky accessories he's picked up from their trip through the Sea Stars. Yeah, dealing with all of his gear hasn't really changed much. He's still wearing the scale mail, but obviously a lot more scales than before. The cloak he's got on itself doesn't look that impressive, except for those organs that were crafted into the gems that are on like the clasp and the shoulder parts of it.
Hmm.
He does have a horn replacement now from the claw of Rokai when they killed that motherfucker, and he had it grafted on with a bangle where those uh the gems from the ghosts are. That's why he's got all the like. His right arm has that like skeletal gauntlet from one of them. He's got like tattered robes flowing out of his armor spookily. One of them has like an ethereal mage hand. It doesn't do anything, but it just kind of hangs clasped around the chain itself at his neck, just like an accessory piece. It's just there, not actually functional, but
So the exact opposite of what Aureus looks like.
yeah. You're a beacon of the night. Eidos is the night at this point. I would even say there's probably like ambient shadows just kind of lingering on or around him now at this point
Yeah,
with what he's been doing.
it's like they kind of reach out from the dark spaces in the world towards him.
So terrifying.
Very
Yeah, he doesn't look like a good guy, but he is a good guy, you know.
well. It's definitely good to see you again, though.
Likewise, I'm really glad. I was. It was rough seeing you become a statue, thinking that you were dead, and I'm glad to know you're back up and moving.
Appreciate it. Though I guess more time has passed because I was stoned for how long? Like a month?
So, let's see.
Timeline.
Back to my
Royce just
timeline.
Zone.
Yeah.
His focus on time is like, where am I?
So you would have, let's see, you were returned to the mountain or to the castle into your bodies on the first day of the second month. And then when you were resurrected, that was where is that would have been on the 6th. So you were a statue for 2 months, and it's been about a month and a half since, because it's currently the 22nd of the 5th month.
Yeah, so my time's still a little off.
Yeah.
2 months behind. So what
You're
all are
2
you up
months
to?
younger because you didn't age.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. So what all were you up to in the Raven Queen's domain?
I think the best way to put it is essentially a boot camp. I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of got put to task and trained on how they sort of operate out there, and gotta be honest, it's kind of rough. Not a fun place. I mean, I don't regret it, but it's it's a bit of an acquired taste.
I bet.
They deal with a lot of memories. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's been so long
But
since we've seen each other. Do you want to go get something to eat together?
absolutely, I would love nothing more than get some genuine food on the material.
Okay. You guys spend your day catching up, getting to know, each other again, and sharing the stories of what you've both been up to since. Um, Anything in particular you guys want to talk about?
We could just keep it lighthearted, considering where he's been.
That's fair. All right. The day continues on. You finish your meal. What do you guys do for that evening?
question.
What's up?
I was just wondering what you would. Do you have anything else that you wanted to do after you've spent the day with Aureus, checked in with the shops around town, kind of just made yourself known again to your friends here? Anything else you had on the docket?
Did you say Emily was there? He might just go pop in and try to get a rundown on what all has been happening since he's been gone, because he kind of has a limited well of info between Aureus and the few sendings he's gotten from like Rose and Eris.
Right.
I don't
Okay.
even know if he knows that Hadrian's gone.
Yeah. All right. As you finish your meal, Aureus, you return to the temple to continue with your day's tasks and the needs of the suffering and just the people of the city who need you. Saying your fond farewell to Eodos and hoping that you see him again soon, you cross the city and Eodos returns to the guild hall. You head into the guild hall, and you noticed this when you showed up earlier. Didn't really think anything of it in the moment, but Emmeline's not at her desk. There's a weird, skinny kid sitting at her desk. And as you walk back in, he looks up again and goes, "Oh, hi! I don't
What the
think we've
fuck are you?
I don't think we've been introduced. Are you a member of the Guardians of the Sword Coast? I saw you arrive through the teleporter earlier, and I kind of assumed you were."
I'm surprised he's not scared of you. I'm gonna be honest.
Right? I guess I see
You know,
all
just kind of
types.
laughs. Yeah, he'll pull out the dog tag. Just yeah, I'm one of the wanderers.
Oh, He'll kind of take the tag and weigh it in his hand, and flip it over and look at you. Kind of look down at it, look up at you. You could tell. It's not that he's not afraid. It's that coming in through the way that you did, coming in through the back, seems to have given him a false sense of security in who you are. And he kind of like weighs and goes, "Oh, well, I know a few of the Wanderers. They're awesome, great people. They took in a friend who needed help, and they helped her. And it's just so. It gives you like a thumbs up. How do you know them? You remember? I haven't.
A new intern?
Yeah, originally I was one of the. He does air quotes founders with them. We've had a couple of temp vacations, I guess. I was a little predisposed with work with the Raven Queen, so you probably wouldn't recognize me even if you'd seen me before. It's understandable though.
Oh, but I do. I have heard you're Eodos. You're the one that. Oh, kind of like pushes himself for the table. He goes over the door, knocks. Miss M, Miss M. You hear, yeah, come on in. He opens the door. Eodos is back. And you hear, what? No, wait, what? Say that again. I think this is him, right? Kind of like thumbs his thumb out the door, and you hear, all right, hold on. Shuffling, and you see as M turns the corner, her hair kind of not like a rat's nest, but obviously it's been a while since she took good care of herself. It's kind of like tied back in a real messy bun. It's greasy, and there's strands kind of hanging down either side of her face. Her eyes look like she looks like she's been in the Shadowfell. And she looks at you, and her eyes go wide. Well, I never thought. I mean, we always knew you'd come back, but come on in, come on in. Yep, that is Eodos, Chad. That's definitely Eodos. And Chad's like, I kind of when it took me a minute. I'm not. He's scary. She's like, he's fine. He's. She kind of like looks at you.
No, it's fair. It's fair. I get it. We've picked up some scary stuff. I understand. It's no harm, no foul.
He's kind of like one of those poisonous flowers, you know, like. He's terrifying to look at for a reason, but he's not going to hurt you unless you mess with him. Chad kind of looks at her, looks up at you. Okay, okay. It's good to meet you. And he holds out his hand, and you could tell that that last sentence he had to he dug deep to get it out. He holds his hand out to you and looks up and locks eyes with your one good eye, and puts a big smile on his face.
That's the last word. Just shake his hand. Good to meet you too, Chad.
He scurries away, and Emmeline drops her head and kind of shakes it back and forth. Well, I did not expect to see you. I figured it was just, I mean, first Aureus, now you. Oh, I guess I should expect the others to come back soon too. Come on, have a seat. How you been?
Whew. It is. It has been a few days, and by a few days I mean about a month and a half, but better now.
Good. Well, you catch me up on what you've been up to, and I've got. She reaches into a drawer and pulls out what looks like to be about 100 pages. I have detailed reports of what your friends have been doing.
Whew.
All
Ooh.
thanks to Ken.
Yeah.
He's got both hands together, like up to his mouth, like, ooh. I'm not gonna read that. Can you spark notes it for me?
Yeah, here. She puts it away. Here's my refined information, and she hands you a smaller journal. It's only about 3 pages filled out right now of notes as to what they've been up to over the couple months.
Okay, all right. This is much better, way better digestible. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's very smart, and I do love the attention to detail. It makes it great for when I need to reference things again in the future, but every time he hands me one of these reports, I have a little bit of a heart attack. But you guys can catch up for a while. She can fill you in on what they've been up to, at least as far as she knows, which is pretty much what has been going on, and it backs up what you've been hearing from Aerith and Rose. But at evening, you can rest once again comfortably within the barracks here within the guild hall, a bed that you haven't slept in 2 months, and you didn't need to. You didn't wake up feeling like you hadn't breathed in a minute at any point during the night's rest. It was beautiful. It was peaceful. It was quiet.
Single tear rolls down the sheet. It's so great.
And then, as you awaken the next day and head to the cafeteria, the smell of cooking eggs and baking bread filling the air and making your mouth water, and you'd been subsisting on just tasteless. Another single tear. And then you hear Rose's voice in your head. So now, Rose.
Timeline sync up.
Yes, I needed to get us here. Aureus, everything else that I had written in yours happened last night as it did. It just, we added a little bit of, little 2 paragraphs in there where you met Eidos, okay? Are you chewing on your armadillo? Huh?
Is it a squeaky armadillo?
Yeah, it's big, heavy rubber, thing has to weigh 3 or 4 pounds.
Just hanging out with the armadillo.
Yeah, he was chewing on it. But as you're eating your breakfast and enjoying the flavor of real food from the material, you hear Rose's voice. I love her fucking spell slots. I know you are very cute. You are. I think Graham's grumpy with me. This guy's getting all the attention now. He's just sitting there staring at me like, how dare you?
Look at me.
You always get the attention.
No. Didn't want to sit in the back anymore. You wanted to come out here with us. Right.
How do you spell Iriabor?
Iriaebor.
Okay, cool. I had it right.
Hey.
I was looking at it. And it was like, this doesn't look right, but I feel like it's right.
It's all the vowels that make it look wrong. It's because I like that spelling of it more. I think this one is also one of the official
Yeah.
spellings, but I like the
I
E.
don't like that one. That one doesn't look right.
See, in a time when like very few people know how to spell, you can kind of just improvise. And it works
Yeah.
out.
Right?
Oh wait, I guess.
Pick whatever letters you want.
So as you were sitting around in the kitchen here, your friends eating the leftover Chinese food and you snacking on toast, because it's probably the only thing that isn't leftover Chinese food here. You send out your sending, you feel it go through the skin of the multiverse, and then you get a reply in your mind.
Alright. Okay, well good. That's figured out. I definitely had it all planned out. Yep.
Until the second half of the message got cut off. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
gotta go with it now.
Already an
Yeah,
Erebor.
rather shit.
But seriously, send help. Erebor's on fire. There are 5 dragons attacking it.
What the fuck? Alright. Ready? Time to go. Time to go? Let's get out of here. This
Time
place
to
is weird.
go.
I hate your house.
It's not my house.
I meant
Rose, don't
like
be
the whole
rude.
thing.
You're a
Like-
guest in his home, and this is how
Yeah.
you treat him.
And I would like to
We're
leave
invited to Akron again.
because things are weird.
You're barred from
That's-
Akron from now on.
That's okay because I don't want to come back. Things are too strange. Not a fan. Can we leave now?
All right,
Yes, we can leave.
let's go.
I was asking as a courtesy because technically I could just take us whenever I want.
Yeah, let's go.
As Rose sneers or smiles with a smirk at everybody, and Ken is let's go. You link hands, take out your Oh no, actually you use the pendant, right? The dog tag.
Yeah.
You cast plane shift. The world around you solidifies into a glass dome and is pushed to the edges of your periphery before it shatters. And in the dark and sparkling nothingness, you watch as the glass shards turn around and then flip back into a position. They lock back into place. But now, instead of the apartment of Koros, you see the entrance hall to Guardians of the Sword Coast.
And a fireball
Iriabor
a guild
branch.
hall.
Yeah, I guess I gotta.
Please don't.
I swear
You
to
don't
God.
fireball the guild hall.
Ugh.
Or Koros house. Fireball Koros house. Whoops.
I mean, do you want to cast fireball? Or are you trying to
Not
cast
no. Not necessarily. It would be
That
funny.
actually caught you off guard. That was no. But no, you vanish from Koro's apartment. The oven's still on and the water's still running. I'm just kidding.
No.
She ensured the doors were locked, the oven was off, the lights were off, everything was ready to go. Peer
Close the
within,
fridge after the third time that Rose left it open.
appearing back within the guild hall. I have a lot of tokens I need to remove.
Get out of here.
Not Stir, not Nick, not Mia.
The GM lair.
Bye.
But you
Begone thoughts?
and you hear a tiny. Oh, you're back. Well, welcome back.
Chad, my
Hi,
favorite
Chad.
person.
Kind of like stops mid sentence of what he was trying to say and turns his hand and waves. Hi. I wasn't afraid And now I am.
Oh, you're so sweet.
He watches you with the very scared deer in the headlights look.
Stop
Oh.
bullying Chad.
What? I didn't even do anything. He was scared of me
You
on
have
his own.
traumatized the poor boys. Leave them alone.
All I did was say hello.
Uh,
Why are you scared, Chad? What could I
'Cause you said
possibly have done
hello.
to you?
In a very scary way.
I feel like that's not my fault how you interpreted it.
You did turn him into cat that one time.
I actually liked that. That was cool.
See, he liked that.
you threatened him multiple times.
That I
No,
didn't like.
no. There have never been any threats to your physical self.
Yes.
Kind of like licks his lips, pushes himself back from his desk, and kind of like sidesteps over, keeping his back to the wall and his eyes on you. He reaches to the right and knocks. Miss M, the rest of the Wanderers of Starlight are here.
The rest.
You know, what do you mean by the rest?
The door opens. M looks over.
That's fine.
Thank you,
She'll
Chad.
tell us.
Good to see you all. Didn't expect you'd be back so soon.
Sounds like you were expecting us, however.
Not. What? She kind of like looks confused, shakes her head. Eidos is here. Came back yesterday, and guess
He wasn't fucking
I
with
just
me.
didn't expect. No, he's not really that kind of person. Kind of like looks at you, squints her eyes.
Sorry, go
Anyway,
on.
no,
There was
no,
there was an unspoken thing in that sending that was like a "they'll never believe you."
All right, I think he's at breakfast. I was about to head there myself. Do we want to all?
Yes. Come, let's go. And Rose will hold out their arm and like hook it into Emmeline's elbow.
Okay, she kind of like stands almost like defensively for a second before she approaches cautiously and links her arm into yours. All right, let's go.
Am I particularly frightening today? Chad also had a similar
There's
reaction.
an air about you of unknowable mischief. I can't tell what's going on here. Not afraid. You got me on my back foot, and
Maybe I'm just happy to see you.
I hope so. Looks between
roll
everybody else.
Perception to see if the stone has grown any larger.
Sure, roll me perception. As Rose walks to the hallway, fall in behind, take a look. Doesn't appear to have grown.
Good.
You walk through the halls over to the cafeteria, and 10 minutes after you had heard Rose's voice in your mind, Eidos, you see as Rose, Ken, Aerith, and two others that you don't recognize enter. No, wait.
He knows Takashi.
He knows Takashi, yeah. It's hard, like, trying to figure out where the overlaps happened. And Takashi shot Rose, well, so yes, so you don't recognize Oni, obviously. Handsome-looking fella right there, right?
Quick, go talk to him. Greet yourself.
Clearly one of the interns. Got it.
They enter. Miss M on Rose's arm. As soon as you guys enter, you can see with a bubble of space around him as none of the other half a dozen or so young adventurers in the cafeteria right now want to eat near Eidos. He's kind of set off towards the windowed wall in one of the tables in the center of the room, and as you enter, you see him instantly. He sees you.
As soon as we walk in and they lock eyes, and Rose will grin and then I'll take the coin and flip it, and then
Okay.
chuck it at Edos.
Oh, God damn it.
Roll me a d4. And are you going to try to react in any way to this, Eodos? Is the
Nah,
coin?
it's just grins. He's got a hand up waving, but he also other hand eating because he's got like Goku levels of food in front of him.
Yep.
Ah,
It's
Yep.
just
wait.
so
You get
flashbang. Also,
yeah.
there's a as it goes off.
Clink, 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 and there is a glowing torch on the table in front of you, brighter than the midday sun, just illuminating this room.
Ah, God damn it.
Aerith is
Honestly-
gonna go and try and cover the coin. Oh no.
Honestly, I was hoping that would
Eggs.
happen, because
Anything but my
Darkness.
eggs.
darkness doesn't do shit against you, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's kind of he's feeling on the table trying to find it while also not trying to put his bare hand into food.
Right. You kind of like pat around, and then Aerith, you hurry over and you throw your like the shawl of your sleeve over it, blocking the light. And as the light dies down, your hand clasps over the fabric, and you can feel the coin beneath it, Eodos, and you open your eye, and you have to kind of blink a few times to clear the spots, but
You good?
You ruined my eggs, Aerith. Why?
I did. That was Rose.
you look
I didn't
down.
do shit to his eggs.
Your sleeve is in his eggs.
Oh.
That's your clothes.
Good to see you guys on the safe though. Please don't mess up the rest of my food. It's been so long since I've had good food.
will not mess up your food, I promise. I was just trying to stop the light.
I love that coin.
I do too.
Right? Rose will pat Emmeline on the shoulder and then kind of step forward over towards Eodos. And they're grinning, and they come up like to throw an arm around his neck, but they kind of stop at the last second and freeze. And then kind of like step back.
Edo's got like a mouthful of egg. Like, you okay?
Well, last time we talked in person,
Oh yeah, well, you fucked up and messed with my memories. Yeah, that sucked. Don't do that again. But
look,
I've kind of come to terms with a lot of stuff. Trying to hold everything together out in the Shadowfell. So as long as you don't do it again, water under the bridge. Don't do it again though. Kiss.
I won't do it
That's enough.
again.
You pointing your spoon at her while you say this?
Yeah, he's got like it's in a spoon. Like, hey, knock it off. I'm watching you. Takes a mouthful. But yeah, I've had a lot of time to think, and the time out there, and I'm just stewing and holding a grudge. I think I would have died actually. So don't worry.
So you forgive me.
Yes,
Alright, cool.
I haven't
They'll-
forgotten.
Ah,
Don't do it again. But
I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Wraps an arm around your shoulder and
Because
gives you a big hug.
I guess whenever Eidos gets done and settled,
Stop eating. It's time to say hi, and then you can eat again.
all right, let's make sure this is like as efficient as possible. Eidos will just pull everyone, including him, into a group hug real quick. All right, good to see everybody. Glad you're all safe. Don't die. Glad you didn't die. I told you not to, and you haven't. So cool.
Well, they didn't stay dead. At least.
Hey, don't say that.
It was all in the cliff notes.
That's all that matters. You didn't stay dead. That means it doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly. And you're not dead either. Congratulations.
yeah,
I think.
you've,
You're not dead?
Spooky now, but
I
Well,
like
he was
the
spooky
vibe
before.
you
No, I'm
have.
not. I'm not dead.
He is spooky squared.
He is very spooky.
Yeah, I have picked up. I've definitely picked up a few tricks over there that would definitely fall into ter-
Oh, no.
I don't
But
know.
I was about to say, I'm
what's
not
up?
the only one that's
How are
hearing
you
it.
guys?
Yeah, we've been good. Yeah, we gotta catch you up on some stuff.
I'm
Hey,
pretty sure
sit.
M had all the like reports that Ken made, right?
I'm sure
All
he
the
definitely
reports.
read those right now. Sit down. I'm gonna go get breakfast.
You know that look people get whenever I think image
When what?
that when you mentioned the reports, Rose hit somebody with psychic damage.
Oh.
Oh, the steam coming out of their ears.
Yeah,
That's the look when
Ah,
you mention the reports. Ianus immediately remembers that massive stack she had. He's like, mm.
yeah.
She filled me in though. I kind of got an understanding. Also, I met Aureus. Did you know he's?
He was the last time I remember him being here, yes. When we brought him back, and then I think he just stuck around.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. It's pretty cool.
Rose
I'm
actually
glad to
hasn't
see
seen him.
he's okay.
What?
I was gonna say Rose hasn't actually seen him since you resurrected him because he was in like a coma.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. But we put him in a like place here, right?
Hmm.
I think it was like what's her name's apartment?
Yeah, Arturia's apartment across
Yeah.
from
And then
that.
yeah, so Rose assumes that he stuck around and didn't like leave Erebor, but
Gotcha. What's Oni and Takashi doing? I guess Takashi's been interacting, but what's Oni been up to as the Wanderers meet an old friend who looks like a terrifying demon?
you know, the usual.
I mean, he's just. But I just in an effort not to be talking to myself. Obviously, he greeted Eidos and you know asked, jumped in with the group to ask about what's going on, who he is, that sort of thing, and kind of sizing him up a little bit because he does definitely look spooky, but he's not like worried, just
You're not worried, but you do sense worry. It's not coming from you. It's coming from a friend very close to you. And as you kind of get to know him and see past that facade, there's almost what feels like a gulp in the back of your mind. You hear, "That's him."
oh, to kind of laughs because just that the way he responded, it's it does seem to be a lot. I could see. Yeah.
Can see the chains that hold him. Oh, that poor soul.
Is it
Oh.
that bad? I mean, it seems like he's in a relatively good mood, but I don't really know his story, so
Kind of, there's that sigh. Hard. Something powerful guiding him, controlling, chaining, trapping. I see why I'm needed. Choice. It's kind of
I'm
hard.
glad.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just if you can see that you're needed, I'm glad that you are.
Don't know if I could see it without your help. This this might be it. There's apprehension and sadness in the voice.
I understand. It's difficult to be separated from someone you've spent such a long time with. And I don't want you to think it won't be hard on me either, but if what you feel you need to do, if it helps, I fully support it.
There's the feeling in your mind, that memory of the mountainside, holding freedom in that big bear hug and just having it reciprocated. And then an absence, a silence and a quiet, and almost like a stillness in the world around you. As the rest of you have been sitting around the table, as Eodos has been catching up the party and going back and forth, introducing himself to Oni and back and forth, and Oni kind of sitting in the periphery of it, being the newcomer into this group, you hear as freedom detaches from around his neck and just falls onto the table before him.
You all good?
Only will kind of nod and pick Freedom up. I am, and he will be too, but this is what Helm was talking about.
You hold it in your hand, the ornaments of platinum and engravings that you've worn for hundreds of years now. But you don't feel that connection to the air, to the spirit, to the elements like you had when you were attuned to it, as that attunement has now been broken. It's just an object. But you know it's so much more than that. What do you do?
I kind of look at it for a second between the party and, for the sake of Eodos to know, he'll explain that while they were trying to persuade Helm, he was told that Freedom needed to be with another, and the description fit Eodos perfectly, and Freedom itself, over the last day or so, I've sort of been talking with him, knowing that this moment might come sooner or later.
Oh.
Oh no.
And goodbye. Well,
Write down the last words heard so that we don't forget.
You came back.
There we go. It's so unfortunate when Discord does the thing.
right.
But at
And
least
when-
tonight it's done it at points where it's like in between like what's being said, so I'm not missing out on stuff.
Right?
But after the sooner or later he just holding Freedom out. We'll say that he mentioned just now that he's needed. I
You
don't
need help.
I don't specifically know to what extent or why, but even Freedom felt the need to aid you, so he kind of holds it out careful of the food, obviously, but across the table to Eidos and very reverently too, because this is obviously the thing that has been with him, the person that has been with him throughout his hundreds of years of wandering, you know? So,
This is a big thing for Oni. Well, you get to narrate how Eidos replies.
obviously, Eidos is confused, because, like, to him, this is just Sabines being extended to him. But I'm assuming he could see how Oni is reacting, and I imagine the group kind of taking it more serious than Eidos is perceiving it to be. And, I mean, he'll reach out and accept it, but it kind of just looks down at it and then back up, like with the party, and just okay, what's the deal here?
Apparently, you're bad off enough that an artifact of Bahamut thinks you need help.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Yeah, I only had one of Dad's artifacts. Bahamut's freedom. And yeah, like they just said, it seems like it picked you as its next wielder.
Oh,
Yeah.
Something you're not telling us?
not that I know of, but I don't really know how deep things run, I guess. I don't. I trust it if it's an artifact of Bahamut that know things that I don't.
I guess
Maybe
you could
there.
ask him. Because apparently your artifact talks to you, Oni. That's news.
Audie kind of laughs and. I mean,
Aerith is just
we haven't
looking
had
in
a
another direction.
we haven't had a lot of conversations, but we have always been there for one another. So if it feels the need, if he feels the need to reach out like this, then I would not disrespect him like that. So, as hard as it is to part with him, I fully trust freedom and appreciate everything he's done. Now, the thing is, Ito's gonna have to unattune to something. So you guys are
Yeah.
gonna. I mean, I know what I have to unattune to, and like, it kind of works out because he can. It's kind of like a gift exchange here, but he can unattune to his improved winged boots to pass on to Oni, so he's at least still
Hey, there you go.
Flight
take to the
mobile.
skies. Yeah, it might not be the same, but he can at least, you know.
Thanks. Want some shoes?
Yeah. And they've been improved. They have they've slightly been armored. They have that +1 and the extended flight time, so it won't be the same, and it won't replace a friend like this. Ito's kind of he's holding it with more care now that he's aware of what it is. It obviously it won't replace this, but it can help. And I guess that's what he'll do. I don't know if we're trying to sit for an hour to do it.
I mean, we got time.
Yeah, it's up to you guys. You guys can unattune, reattune here. You're in downtime at the moment. I don't know.
Buy a bunch of
Aerith, were you trying to hide the fact that you looked away talking about the artifact talking?
I mean, Aerith would just look away, like he'll try to hide it.
Okay, roll me a deception check. And Rose, roll me an insight check.
Deception, I'm so good at it.
How many voices are you talking to now, Aerith?
Huh?
Aerith's definitely hiding something.
And then I guess, yeah, as soon as he does that, Rose will squint and then like lean over to him, like right up in his face. It's just, and what was that about?
Nothing.
I
Don't worry about
believe,
it.
I don't believe you for an absolute single second.
You never did.
You also,
Are you hearing
Sometime.
voices, Aerith?
right?
I
Who's
mean-
talking to you?
Agma talks to me all the time in my dreams, so I don't know what you guys are freaking out about.
Then why are you looking guilty when we were talking about the artifacts of Bahamut, which you also have one of?
Yeah, I do, so.
So is it talking to you?
Not talking per se.
So yes.
It's not talking.
Everybody gets
Just
a
like
weird.
yodeling in your voice or something?
And then you hear over your shoulder, "Is there something wrong with talking artifacts, Paladin?"
I was about to say, dude.
Well, I was just about to say everybody's got a little niggling voice, don't they? And yes, I was talking about you.
Sorry. Stole your thunder. Did not mean to. Receding to the background.
I think I'm the only one without a talking thing.
Yet.
And then you're gored.
Yeah, yeah.
But it talks like, "What's up,
Oh,
Takashi?
no.
I'd be like, nope, I'm getting rid of it.
How are you today?"
Nope, going in the water. I'm
Whoosh.
dumping it.
Takashi says that in Rose messages, like, just message over to him, like, stealthily. Just, ooh, I am your conscience talking, Takashi.
Rose, I know
You are a dick.
Why am I getting insulted all the time? What did I do to you, Rose?
You earned it.
How?
Many, many times.
How?
I'm gonna go with the obvious you shot me to death.
One, you said you
And go
forgave
from
me for that. Two, you kind of deserved it in the moment.
And you deserve the never-ending wrath thereupon.
You know what? Being a planeswalker is a gift, because now I don't have to deal with you anymore.
On the same plane of existence.
Exactly.
I
You can go
always
home.
run away from you now.
You can go home back to your weird city.
That's not weird.
It's
not
pretty weird.
my fault that you ate too much sugar and got sick.
That was only the first. No, that was like the third weird part.
Oh, it was the first weird thing.
That everything was clean.
That's a good thing.
It was weird.
Not weird.
He's like, that's a good thing.
Two, you poop in your water sources.
What?
You
guys
you
poop
go
in
to
your
the-
water sources.
No, we poop in the chamber pot and it goes outside.
And then you throw it in the water.
Not in the water.
How much you want to bet? Where if I go outside city limits, we're gonna see someone throwing shit in the water.
I can't
That's
say that's
what I
not
thought.
possible, but
What I thought.
I don't throw it directly into our water source like you do.
You throw it on the street.
That's not directly in the water.
That's not good.
That's not good.
I don't.
As you sigh and like lean forward, Takashi, the door into the cafeteria opens. You guys all look over to see as three stable hands come in, absolutely covered in mud. Their hands wiped clean, but obviously they had been out in Fred's pen, and they head over to get food. And as you weigh the implications of filthy people eating in the same room that you're in, and of looking back at Takashi and deciding for yourself whether or not he might have a point, glance back over, and as if out of nowhere, you look in the doorframe to see Aureus.
Aureus!
Well, that's not who I was expecting to see.
That's the wrong one. That's the old icon.
It is the old icon. Aha! Yes, my bad. Mea
Very
culpa.
old. He's still wearing armor in that one.
There we go. You
Yay!
can go share your full art if you'd like to.
Hey.
I think you might have already.
Don't know where it is.
He may have.
Hold on. I have it saved somewhere.
I think you did. I can't remember.
I've never seen that one before, so
Hold on.
Scrolling,
I had like a group to pick from because I think I got like 4 or 5.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
you went hard on the AI generator. There we go.
Oh, posted at the same time.
Hell yeah. Oh no.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Too much Aureus. It kicked Earth out.
No.
that's fucking clean.
He's so
Right?
dignified.
I know, right?
He still
What a
has the
bro.
cane that he uses to walk in, but has a bag slung over his back. And actually, it wouldn't even be slung over his back. It'd just be at his waist.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, it's good to see you all again. I think it's been a while since we were all together again.
Yeah, got that right.
I'll walk up to you
It's-
guys and give you all a hug.
What are you doing here? Not that
Am I
I'm not happy
to
to see you.
allowed to say hi to my friends?
No. No.
I see how it is. I'll just come up
Look.
and give you a big old hug.
Hi. You're still so big.
I lost weight. I probably lost like 40 pounds of muscle.
In a healthy or unhealthy way.
Considering I was turned to stone for 2 months, I'm gonna guess an unhealthy way.
Unhealthy.
But I am
Not my fault.
moving around, and I don't need the cane as much, but it still helps.
Well, shit. Don't know what to say. Sit down?
Sure.
Eat?
What adventures have you all been
I don't know if that's the nicest way to put it.
So what adventures have you all been up to? I know me and Eodos got up yesterday, but heard odd rumors and such from you guys.
Apparently there's like 18,000 pages of notes you could read.
I don't feel
Like-
like I want to do that.
40, but they're big parchment sheets because each one of those reports is like 4 or 5 pages. Ken, you know that, right? They're solid. They're good reports.
Yeah.
She's been keeping on, like she hangs on to them too. They're very well written. Like if she ever needs to reference.
Everybody's roboting tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
Discord is giving up.
Yeah.
I think it may have done the thing to Ken now.
No.
I think that was Earth that was trying to talk.
Oh, that was Earth? Oh, dang. It was. Okay.
Was it me? Did I do something?
Yeah, I think you cut out. I
What was
thought we
the
heard
last
you
thing you
talking,
said?
and then
Somebody said something and it was roboty.
I think the last thing I said was they're very detailed.
Information is key.
I have.
Did I know they went to the Feywild? Because I'm trying to think of how much information Aureus has been getting about you guys.
I think you knew that they were in the Feywild. I wouldn't say that he knows the details of it, but like you've been talking with Emmeline enough over the past couple weeks that she's been able to just be like, yeah, well, I hear they're in the Feywild now, or oh, well, now they've tripped into some sort of god city. I'm not entirely sure. It's complicated. They said that they
trapped
went
in
into the
heaven.
past. It's been complicated.
Here's all the notes.
And I do have the card. I haven't put it in the game yet.
No, that's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got everything in here right.
Because I don't think we'll be using it today, so shouldn't be a problem.
Or will
I hope we don't get ambushed. Though I guess if we were to get ambushed, now would be the perfect time because we got Oni and nobody with us.
Yeah.
Right? Super full party. All right. Well,
Everyone looks so different now.
well, so do you.
I mean, I look about the same. I'm just not wearing armor.
You look more alive than the last time I saw you.
Well, alive is good as well. True.
Not a statue anymore.
You seem a little sadder.
Not that the fact that you aren't a statue anymore, or the fact that you were a statue to begin with.
Well, all's well that ends well, and I'm perfectly alive now.
I guess so. It's just no. Look, okay. It's not that I'm not happy to see you, because I am. It's just weird because the last time that we like really talked, you hadn't been murdered yet. And I guess I didn't think that you'd ever not be murdered.
A lot of negatives in that sentence.
You know what I mean.
Well, it is nice to see you again too, Rose.
Exactly.
Yep. And while I got both of you here, I have a important question to ask. Would you two like to be part of my wedding party?
Obviously.
It's weird that you're getting married.
I mean, congratulations, though.
Yeah. Who's the lucky girl?
You know her already, I believe.
Ah, yes, I have met Mia. Very friendly, bubbly person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she doesn't
she's,
seem exactly his type, does it?
Yeah, you know.
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, so Eodos,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
That was so
I was
perfect.
gonna be like, obviously he knows, but let's pretend I don't.
Yeah, I guess can quickly hash out what happened, like who me is, what happened,
so,
how things
so
happened.
I'm getting married to half of the god of magic.
As you take off your shoes to pass over to your other character, well, I guess Eodos is passing his shoes over breakfast. Take the hour and have Ken tell you the beautiful love story of how Mia tricked herself into falling into love with him, and then found it was real.
Yeah, it was. Very...
Oh,
no.
No,
Oh
There
no!
it is.
he's having so
Again.
many connection issues. It's so
Right.
unfortunate.
So much for Starlink being all
Well,
amazing and such.
He can't really rely on it 100% because he's got a tree in his backyard,
Uh,
and so the
I thought they
connection's
got
kind of
rid of that.
spotty. No, he's been trying to like
Dang.
get somebody to remove it, but it's too close to the house for him to chop down, and he just hasn't been able to have someone come
Unfortunate.
out and take it down yet. So
Wah, wah.
you'd think that after 4 years I could have made a new map of Erebor, but I just love this map.
What? No, don't make a new map of Erebor. I love this one. It has so many
Man.
doodles.
Discord is on one tonight.
It really
Right?
is.
Yeah, I can like after he finishes his story, and it's like, yeah, the way we got together was definitely out of whack.
Unconventional.
Yeah, but you know, I would. I mean, we are a bunch of unconventional people, right? So I
For
wouldn't have
sure,
it any
that's
other
definitely
way.
par for the course.
Yeah. So yeah,
I forgot to ask before, but I'm gonna be your best man, right?
yeah, you're my best mate.
Yes.
Harris in charge of planning.
And the
Sweet.
flower girl.
I mean, it wasn't contested.
Right? He didn't say no.
Why would I
Didn't
say
hear no.
no?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Cool.
All right.
Is Mia's like, is Stir gonna walk her down the aisle as her dad, or how does that work?
I think.
I have Nicholas, the really
Yes.
short guy trying to hold her.
Yeah,
He's-
it's kind of. We'll hash out those details out later.
Nick walks her down the aisle riding atop a Modron that's carrying him. Oh,
Isn't
man.
Mia tall now?
Yes, she's like
she-
6 foot.
No, she shrunk again. Remember? She
No,
shrunk
she's
from
Li-
a little bit.
taller.
She's
Yeah,
still
she's like
tall.
Yeah,
5'10".
hold on, do I have access to
5'11". I
her?
want to say it was like 5'10", 5'11". It was just around 6 feet because she went over 6 feet. She was like
Yeah.
6'4".
Yeah,
She
okay.
went from 5'3" to like 6'1" or 6.
Yeah, and then back down to 5'10". She's at
Okay.
5'10" now, which is
So if
still
you
not.
want to have tall children, use magic to make yourself taller beforehand.
I don't
However,
exactly have control of that. Just keep casting wild magic until you finally make yourself taller.
How many children explode in the effort to make a tall generation?
Jesus.
Ken's actually a lot taller than last time I saw him too. He's like a foot taller now.
Yeah, he went from like 5'11" to I think he's 6'5" now.
Yeah,
6'5".
6'5". Yep.
Thanks.
Ah, you're
That's
still shorter than me.
tall.
I'm 1 inch taller. Though I walk with a cane, so I probably hunched a little bit.
That's right, you're taller in spirit.
We're
I mean, I
all
was gonna ask with the cane thing, like, isn't there? You're literally a cleric. Like, could have healed yourself.
Oh, but it's my legs have mostly healed up. It's just it helps for when like I do odd bending or such. I can mostly walk without it. It's just nice to have.
But like, couldn't you have just fully fixed any physical problems?
I might have lost physical strength, but I have gained in other areas.
Mental strength
Sure, we'll take that.
or emotional.
But I am happy as I am for now.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, let me know. I can open up the book dimension, find out how to make like a support prosthesis. Help you with, with any bending.
I can walk and run just fine. It's
Or
nice.
we
Like,
kill you again,
Ah,
and then use true resurrection to put you all back together perfectly.
Please don't kill Reese.
Mm-mm. Emmeline just shakes her head. No, I forgot I was even here, but no, let's not. Let's not do that. No.
I guess it is an option, though.
I'll decline for now.
Sitting here looking at these 7 character tokens. It's fucking crazy. So I should ask, do you guys want to round this week's session out here in the calf with just some banter and catching up and figure out how we want to proceed next week.
Yeah, training.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get those fire resistance potions bought.
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta build my salt pack.
Yep.
This is a good as any place to.
This
Unless
feels
we
like a good narrative
right.
moment.
Unless we throw Takashi and Oni off the side of a mountain right now. You're like, bye.
Oni attunes to his new winged boots and lifts into the air one last time.
Takashi is
One
just
more
fucked. He can't fly.
time.
I can do other things that mitigate it, but we've literally fallen from the sky and we're fine.
Yeah.
Well, you fell from the sky, but like there wasn't a end part to smash and splatter against.
You also had Featherfall, but at the same time, there's enough power sitting around this table without including Emmeline to be a nuclear warhead. You
know.
guys are the nuke that you joke about. You walk into a city and the city crumbles if you
We
so
were the
choose.
the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
The nuke was the friends we made along the way.
exactly.
At this poignant moment where we're all feeling great, Enos is just gonna ask him, like, "Where's Hadrian?"
Oh yeah.
That's a whole
About
nother
that.
can of worms.
And on the about that, go ahead and pick up next week. Hell yeah. That was good. That was a lot of fun.
Everyone's back together.
Starlight's back.
Again.
All right. I had that joke in my mind for 18 months now. I loved the idea of everyone kind of breaking to their corners for a little bit and then getting back together. I didn't expect it to take a year and a half,
You're right. Just a little bit.
but I loved Oni and Takashi's time with the party and all the
Right?
character growth and everything that you guys did. The freaking day, and thank you, Kyle, for the day in Acheron, because that was perfect. That was such a good way to have one last hurrah with Takashi and Oni and just do silly things, and that was really cool.
Get annoyed at Rose over.
we got introduced to Shrek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your characters
That-
have canonically seen Shrek.
I feel like that's like the worst universal crossover ever.
Everyone at the movie theater's like, it's a classic that was handed down to us by Lord Helm himself. Every child sees Shrek and Shrek 2 Happily Ever After.
Did you see that there's a trailer for Shrek 5 that just dropped?
No,
Yes.
there are only 2 Shreks. There's
That's it.
Shrek 1 and Shrek 2, which was like Happily Ever After, something like that. Shrek the Third never happened, and there is no such thing as Shrek 4. It just, they don't exist. They're bad. They're just not good.
The
The
trailer
first
was
two
like
are just
the absolute worst thing I've ever seen.
right. It's just they took it in such a wrong direction. The love story with Shrek and Fiona was so good, and then going into like the second one was so perfect, showing like a real relationship and dealing with all the complications, and then they go into Shrek the Third, and it's just silly, stupid, It's like, yeah, it was like, oh no, I don't dig this anymore.
She was fine.
Puss in Boots was good.
I never saw Puss in Boots. I heard it was good though, and I mean, Antonio Banderas is fucking awesome. So
People really love that Grim Reaper character from it, let me tell you.
Yeah, death.
Yeah.
In a
Grim
good way
Fandango?
or a bad way.
Eh,
Again, I've only
I
ever
mean,
heard of it.
it seems like a cool, like, it's a neat design, but I feel like in a bad way because I'm pretty sure furries really ran.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, they did.
That's what I figured.
Well, it's a Puss in Boots movie that's just made for the furries.
But it seems like a cool character. It's a wolf walking around with 2 little hand sickles. It seems dope, but you know,
Oh, death.
people gonna make it weird.
Why would they
I like
not?
how he's a villain, but not a villain.
He's a force of nature.
Yeah, he just is.
That's what That's what death should be.
Now the party dynamics all switched up. We gotta learn how to
Right.
combo each other again.
Yeah. Think about how hard it is for me. I have to know how to counter it and counter it in such a way that it's challenging and fun, but not like broken. It's gonna,
Well, nothing's gonna change. It's fine.
oh my god. Aureus is changed. Like, everything changes
Yeah.
when the Aureus Nation attacks. Oh my god. It is
he's
a whole nother, like, you guys are two opposite ends of, like, a massive modulating like sine wave. You know, like one's super positive and the other's like the opposite. And it's not in a bad way. It's just like, oh god, how do I find a middle ground?
I mean, you can hit Aureus really easy. He's only got what, an AC of 15. It's
Uh-huh.
fine.
It's fine.
For
It's
now.
fine.
Oh no.
What's
Trust
the
me,
worst
pretty
that
much
could
the
happen?
AC of 15 is fine. He doesn't need more.
He
For
doesn't.
now.
He doesn't.
For now.
He has other means of keeping himself, and he'll be fine.
Yep.
What's the worst that could happen?
I think he might be the tankiest here.
But just so that I know what to prep, the right now primary thought is Firedale, right?
Firedale.
Yeah,
Firedale.
we're gonna go kill Malachi.
All
Probably
right,
couldn't
cool.
put it off any longer.
Cool. Because I had both. You know, like when you're cooking, you get the ingredients ready. You like mix up the pancake batter. You scramble up the eggs. I had
And then
that ready for
suddenly-
both. Didn't know which
And
one
then
to cook.
suddenly they want waffles.
Yeah. Oh, that's just my life.
Steak. We want steak now.
Speaking of steak, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yes.
Right? I gotta get back in there. I gotta eat. Then I'll be back
Yeah,
on.
we gotta make dinner.
So
Gotta check lottery numbers. And then
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
gotta check
I'll be
Lotto. Gotta
Yeah.
eat. And then I'll be on. I gotta.
What's
Have you
the
gotten through the
worst?
story yet, Ken?
I am currently. I just beat the fucking Har Octopus,
Ah, okay.
and I saw what looks like a weird like painted Dogashuma,
Mm,
but the session was about to start, so I had to quit and lost my progress. So
No.
if you need a hand kicking those things' asses, let me know. I can
Oh,
squat
yeah.
up on you.
yeah, will do. Fucking like, I wanted to use Gunline so bad because it was so good in the beta, but I don't know, when I first tried it in the main game, it felt so off.
That
So
was
I
what-
ended up switching to Charge Blade, and that Charge Blade's great.
That's what I use. I've been using the charge blade, and it's so
And
much
then
fun.
and then I swapped to the bow.
That's what Ozzy uses, and that thing goes fucking hard.
Like, they gave the bow so much love this time.
Hell yeah.
It's so good.
It's so funny playing with Malefic because everything will target him every time. When we were fighting the final boss, I was helping him and Kento do it. I watched the thing stand up on its hind legs while Kento was piecing him up and completely ignored Kento to shoot a fireball at Malefic across the arena.
He did that to
Wah, wah.
me. He swatted me like a fly and then reared up, and before I could even get up, dropped a fireball on my ass on the ground. It was rude. It was super rude. While everyone was just beating him up, I'm like, come on.
Bruh.
He's a dick. He's a big old bag of dicks. But
I
it was
like the
super fun.
mechanic where only certain weapons have it, but where if you parry at the right time, you like do a struggle, and then you can like toss the monster.
Yeah. What are they called? The like.
I don't remember what they're called.
term.
I've been using Greatsword, and it's been so much fun just being in its face and then parrying it as I go.
I had one where I got a perfect parry with my shield and went into that like clash where you're like pushing back against it, and I think I was fighting the Arkveld. It was just